Hello, Night Seekers. Welcome to Black Screen Horror. Enjoy 3 hours of true scary stories with gentle rain. Ads only in the first 15 minutes and after 2:30 aux. No mid-roll ads in between. When I was 16, my mother and I spent almost a full school year living in someone else's house in the western suburbs of St. Louis. The house belonged to my mother's friend Denise, who traveled constantly for work. She was a regional sales manager for a medical equipment company and could be gone anywhere from 3 days to 3 weeks at a time. After my mother separated from my stepfather, we needed somewhere to stay while she figured out what we could afford, and Denise offered us 2 rooms in her house. Calling them 2 rooms makes the arrangement sound smaller than it was. Denise lived alone in a large brick house built in the late 1980s, the kind of place designed for a family with 3 or 4 kids, but occupied by one person who was barely home. It sat near the end of a quiet street with big yards and mature trees. The back of the property dropped slightly toward a wooded drainage area, so from the kitchen windows you could see mostly bare branches in winter and almost nothing beyond them after dark. The downstairs was very open. You entered through a 2-story foyer. The dining room was on the left, and a formal sitting room that nobody used was on the right. Straight ahead was a family room with a fireplace and tall windows facing the backyard. The kitchen was beside that, with a breakfast area and a door leading into a short mudroom. From the mudroom, one door went into the garage and another opened to the basement stairs. The staircase to the second floor curved up from the foyer. My room was at the end of the upstairs hallway, on the back right corner of the house. My mother's room was closer to the staircase. Denise's bedroom was on the opposite side above the garage, and she kept it locked when she traveled. Between our rooms was a small guest bathroom and a linen closet. My bedroom was bigger than any room I'd had before. It had 2 windows facing the backyard, a walk-in closet, and enough space that I could leave my guitar and small amplifier set up near the foot of the bed. I should probably explain the guitar because it became connected to everything that happened later. My biological father died when I was 13. He and my mother had been divorced for years, but I still saw him every other weekend. He wasn't always dependable in the ways adults are supposed to be dependable, but music was the one thing we never argued about. He played guitar badly but enthusiastically, and when I was about 11, he started teaching me. He loved harmonies. If I sang something, he would almost never sing the same notes. He always found a lower part underneath mine, even when I asked him not to. "You take the easy line," he used to say. "I'll make you sound better." He died in a car accident while driving home from work. There was no long illness, no chance to prepare, and no final conversation. One afternoon, I was annoyed with him because he had forgotten to pick me up from school, and before the next weekend arrived, he was dead. For several years afterward, I couldn't decide whether playing guitar made me feel closer to him or made me angry. Usually it was both. By the time my mother and I moved into Denise's house, I was playing almost every day again. That was why the first strange thing happened while I was singing. It was a weekday afternoon in November. My mother was working until 6. Denise was somewhere in Texas for a conference, so I was alone in the house. I wasn't scared. I want to make that clear because people sometimes retell experiences like this as if they started with a feeling that something was already wrong. That wasn't the case. I came home from school, made microwave nachos, watched television for maybe 20 minutes, then went upstairs. It was still daylight. I left my bedroom door open. I sat on the carpet beside my bed, with my back against the mattress, and played guitar. I don't remember the song anymore. It wasn't anything emotional or meaningful. I was probably practicing something I had heard on the radio. At one point, I held a note longer than usual. While I was holding it, another voice joined me. It came from the far side of the bed, a man's voice, lower than mine. Not loud, not whispering either. It sang a different note underneath the one I was already singing. The harmony lasted maybe 2 seconds. I stopped. The other voice stopped at exactly the same moment. My fingers stayed on the guitar strings. I didn't move. At first, my brain tried to explain it as an echo. The room did have high ceilings. But echoes repeat sound. They don't create a separate note. Then I thought maybe a television was on somewhere downstairs. It wasn't. I hadn't left music playing. The house became painfully quiet. I sat there looking at the edge of the mattress. The other side of the bed was hidden from where I was sitting. I remember knowing that all I had to do was stand up. That would have given me a clear view. Instead, I stayed on the floor. My heartbeat started getting harder. I quietly said, "Hello?" Nothing answered. I waited several more seconds. Then the mattress moved. Not much. There was a faint compression near the opposite side, enough to make the blanket hanging over the edge shift downward. That was when I lost whatever courage I had. I dropped the guitar. I grabbed the comforter from the bed and pulled it over my head while I was still on the floor. I know how childish that sounds. I was 16, not 6. But at that moment, the blanket felt like the only barrier I had. I called my mother. When she answered, I didn't tell her I had heard a man's voice. I knew what she would say. She would ask whether I was thinking about Dad. She would tell me grief can make people imagine things. So instead I said, I thought I had heard someone downstairs. She told me to lock my bedroom door and call the police if I heard anything else. I spent close to an hour under that comforter. Eventually I heard the garage door open. My mother came upstairs and found me sitting on the bed with the guitar beside me. We searched the house together. Every window downstairs was locked. The back door was secure. Nothing had been taken. There was no sign that anyone had come inside. When we reached my bedroom, my mother noticed the guitar. "You broke a string." I looked down. The lowest string had snapped. I hadn't noticed. That by itself meant nothing. Guitar strings break. What bothered me was where it had broken. Not near the bridge, not near the tuning peg. It had separated almost exactly in the middle. The two ends were bent in opposite directions, as though the wire had been twisted until it gave way. My mother looked at it for a second. Then she said, "Probably old." I agreed. I wanted to agree. For the next few weeks, nothing happened. Eventually, I stopped thinking about the voice. Then Christmas came. Denise was home for several days, and the house felt completely ordinary, with 3 people moving around in it. There was food in the kitchen, Christmas music downstairs, packages arriving at the front door, and somebody always turning lights on and off. The day after Christmas, Denise left for Seattle. My mother worked most of that week. School was out, so I spent more time alone than usual. That was when I became interested in binaural audio. I don't remember exactly how I found it. I think I started by reading something about using sound to improve concentration. One article led to another, and eventually I downloaded a program that lets you create different tones in each ear. The idea, according to what I was reading, was that the brain responds to the difference between the frequencies. I didn't think it was supernatural. I thought it was a strange science experiment I could do with headphones. I played around with several presets. Most were annoying. A few made me sleepy. Eventually, I created my own 10-minute track that slowly shifted between 2 low tones. I listened to it lying on my bed. Nothing dramatic happened. I felt slightly dizzy when it finished, but that could easily have been from wearing headphones with low-pulsing sounds for 10 minutes. I took them off and went downstairs. That night, though, something small happened. At around 11, I was brushing my teeth in the upstairs bathroom when I saw someone walk past the open doorway. I only saw the person from the chest down. Dark pants. One hand, a gray shirt. I immediately assumed it was my mother. Mom? No answer. I rinsed my mouth and stepped into the hallway. The hallway was empty. My mother's bedroom door was closed. I went over and knocked. She answered sleepily. What? Did you just walk by the bathroom? No. You sure? There was a pause, then she said, I'm in bed. I looked down the hall toward my room. Nothing moved. That experience was strange, but it was easy to dismiss. I had seen the person from the corner of my eye. Peripheral vision is unreliable. Everyone has mistaken a coat, a doorway, or a passing shadow for a person. The next incident was harder. The following afternoon, my mother asked me to bring a box of holiday decorations from the garage into the basement. The garage was attached to the mudroom. It had space for 3 cars, although Denise only used one side. The back section was packed with shelves, plastic bins, old paint cans, gardening tools, and things she hadn't looked at in years. I carried the box through the mudroom and opened the basement door. The basement stairs went straight down for about 10 steps, then turned left at a small landing. There was a light switch at the top. I turned it on. As I started down, I saw someone standing at the bottom, not clearly. The figure was outside the center of my vision. A man, tall, facing up the stairs. My first thought was that Denise had come home unexpectedly. Then I remembered Denise was a woman. I stopped. The figure didn't move. I kept my head facing slightly toward the wall because I had already discovered something odd. When I looked directly toward shapes like that, they disappeared. I moved my eyes without turning my head. The person remained. He stood beyond the last step near the unfinished part of the basement. His clothing looked dark, but one detail was extremely clear. Something moved around his shoulders. Tiny points of color, red, green, blue, yellow. They weren't floating randomly through the room. They seemed to travel in a slow horizontal path around his upper body, disappearing behind him and returning on the other side. It looked almost like someone had taken Christmas lights apart and sent the individual bulbs circling him. I turned my head. Nothing was there. The basement was empty. I didn't take the decorations down. I put the box beside the basement door and went back into the kitchen. For a few minutes, I stood there trying to understand what I had seen. Then something occurred to me. The strange lights reminded me of a visual effect I had noticed after using the binaural tones. When I had taken my headphones off the previous evening, I had briefly seen small colored spots near the ceiling. I had assumed they were caused by eye strain. Now I wondered whether the same thing had happened on the basement stairs. I decided I had probably given myself some kind of migraine symptom. That explanation felt responsible. It was also wrong. Over the next 2 months, the figures became common, never directly in front of me, always slightly outside where I was looking. A person beside the dining room doorway, someone near the kitchen windows, a shape standing halfway up the staircase. Once, I saw what looked like a woman sitting in a chair in the formal living room while I walked through the foyer. When I turned, the chair was empty. Another time, while doing homework at the kitchen table, I saw someone reflected in the black television screen across the family room. I spun around. Nothing. The people never spoke. That almost made them easier to tolerate. For a while, I genuinely became used to them. I stopped telling my mother. Whenever I did mention something, she blamed stress, lack of sleep, or the fact that I spent too much time staring at computer screens. I couldn't really argue. I wasn't sleeping well. I was also still using the audio program. Not every night, maybe twice a week. I had become curious. That was the embarrassing part. I was frightened by what was happening, but I also want to know whether the sounds were connected. I tested it. I went 5 days without listening. I saw nothing unusual. Then I used the 10-minute track again. The next day, I saw 3 different figures in the house. After that, I stopped using it completely. The sightings didn't stop. They actually became more detailed. By February, I began recognizing one particular person. He was the man from the basement. I never saw him directly, but I knew him. He was taller than the other shapes and seemed broader through the shoulders. He usually stood near thresholds, doorways, the turn in the staircase, the entrance to the mudroom, the opening between the family room and kitchen. The colored points always moved around him. At first, I thought there were maybe 5 or 6. Eventually, I realized there were exactly 9. I counted them one afternoon when he appeared beside the dining room. 9 tiny colors rotating in a level ring around his shoulders. They moved slowly enough that I could follow each one. There was another detail I noticed later. His head was never aligned with his body. If his chest faced me, his head seemed turned slightly too far toward one side. Not completely backward. Nothing that dramatic. Just farther than a person would comfortably hold it. I remember thinking he looked like someone listening carefully to a sound behind him. The first time I noticed that, I turned my head toward him by accident. He vanished. A second later, something knocked once from inside the wall beside me. I stopped walking. Another knock came from farther down, then another. The sounds traveled through the wall in the same direction he had been facing, toward the stairs. I went outside and waited on the porch until my mother came home. Things became more personal after that. Objects started moving. At first, it was small enough that I questioned myself. My guitar pick would be on the opposite side of the room. My headphones would be hanging from the closet handle instead of sitting on my desk. One morning, I found my guitar leaning against the wall, even though I always kept it on a floor stand. Then the audio file started playing by itself. I had not opened that program in weeks. I was downstairs making cereal before school when I heard the low, pulsing tones coming from my room. I went upstairs. My computer was awake. The headphones were plugged in. The 10-minute file was playing through them. I stopped it. The progress bar showed that it had started less than a minute earlier. My mother was in the shower. Nobody else was home. I deleted the file. Then I deleted the program. That afternoon, I came home and found my headphones lying in the center of my bed. The cable had been arranged into a nearly perfect circle. Inside the circle was one of my father's guitar picks. I hadn't seen that pick in years. It was yellow plastic with a small black scratch across one side. I knew it immediately because I had kept it after he died. The last time I remembered seeing it, it had been in a box stored at my grandmother's house. I sat on the edge of the bed holding it. For the first time since the voice incident, I thought seriously about my father, not in the vague emotional way I normally did. I wondered whether the voice I had heard had been his. That idea should have comforted me. Instead, it made me feel sick, because the harmony had been wrong. My father knew how I sang. He knew which notes I usually chose. The voice from beside my bed had been close to the kind of harmony he would use, but not exact. It was like someone had heard him do it before and was trying to copy the pattern. That night, I put the guitar pick in my desk drawer. The next morning, it was on my pillow. I showed my mother. She became irritated. Stop trying to scare yourself. I'm not. Then what's the explanation? I don't know. She sighed. You've been having a hard year. We both have. I understood what she meant. She thought I was turning grief into something else because that was easier than dealing with it. Part of me worried she might be right. I started keeping notes on my phone. Time, room, what I saw, how much sleep I'd had, whether I was hungry, whether I had a headache. I even stopped drinking caffeine for 2 weeks. The figures continued. They were almost always human-shaped, men and women. Sometimes I saw what looked like a child near the stairs, although I couldn't be certain. But the man with the colored points appeared more often than the others, and he started getting closer. One evening, I was sitting at the kitchen island while my mother talked on the phone in the family room. I saw him beside the refrigerator, maybe 6 feet from me. I kept my head down and looked only with the edge of my vision. He remained there. 9 small lights moved around his shoulders. For the first time, I could make out part of his face. The visible side looked ordinary. A middle-aged man, dark hair, no beard. His skin wasn't pale or damaged. There was nothing obviously ghostly about him. The strange part was his eye. Not the color, the position. His visible eye was looking in a different direction from his head. His head was turned toward the family room. His eye was looking at me. My stomach tightened. I turned. He disappeared. My mother stopped talking. What? Nothing. She looked at me. You okay? Yeah. Then the refrigerator door opened by itself, not slowly. It jerked outward hard enough to hit the cabinet beside it. My mother screamed. I jumped off the stool. For several seconds, we both stared at the open refrigerator. She ended her phone call. What did you do? I didn't touch it. You had to. I was sitting here. She checked the door. The seal worked. The floor was level. She closed it and opened it several times. Nothing seemed wrong. That was the first incident my mother couldn't dismiss as something I had imagined. A week later, she saw evidence herself. She didn't see a person. She heard the singing. It happened around 2 a.m. She came into my room and shook me awake. Were you playing music? I was barely conscious. What? Did you have something playing? No. She looked toward my computer. The screen was black. She stood there listening. Then I heard it too. A man's voice downstairs, very quiet, singing. No words. Just one low note, changing gradually into another. My mother looked terrified. We walked to the hallway together. The sound came from below us, from the family room. I asked if she wanted me to turn on the lights. She didn't answer. We went down the stairs. The singing stopped before we reached the bottom. Every downstairs light was off. The television was off. The doors were locked. Then my mother noticed something on the carpet beside the fireplace. A guitar pick. Yellow. Black scratch on one side. The same one I had put in my desk drawer. My mother stared at it. Where did that come from? I didn't answer. She knew. I had shown it to her earlier that week. She picked it up. Her hands were shaking. The next morning, she called Denise. We expected her to think we were ridiculous. Instead, after my mother described the singing, Denise became quiet. She asked one question. Was it near the fireplace? My mother looked at me. Why? There was a long pause. Then Denise said something I hadn't known. Years earlier, before she bought the house, a man had died there. Not murdered, not anything dramatic. The previous owner's husband suffered a heart attack in the family room. Denise had learned about it from a neighbor after she moved in. I immediately wanted to turn the whole situation into a simple ghost story. Dead man, old house, mystery solved. But Denise ruined that explanation. The man who died had been in his 70s. The figure I kept seeing looked much younger. And as far as Denise knew, he had never played music. My mother wanted us to move out immediately. We couldn't. She had already signed a lease on an apartment, but it wouldn't be ready for another 3 weeks. Denise offered to pay for a hotel. My mother refused because she felt guilty accepting more help. Instead, we agreed that I would not stay in the house alone. That lasted 4 days. On the 5th day, my mother had to work late unexpectedly. I got home from school at about 4. She called while I was still on the bus. Go to Melissa's. Melissa lived 2 streets away. I have homework. Take it with you. Mom, I'm serious, I promised. I broke the promise almost immediately. I went home first because I wanted to change clothes and get my guitar. The house was quiet. Late afternoon sunlight came through the front windows. Nothing felt threatening. I went upstairs. My bedroom door was closed. That was unusual. I normally left it open. I pushed it inward. The room looked normal. My guitar was on its stand. My bed was unmade. My backpack went onto the floor. Then I noticed my headphones. They were hanging from the doorknob of my walk-in closet. I had thrown them away. Not placed them in a drawer. Not stored them. Thrown them into a trash bag my mother took outside almost 2 weeks earlier. I didn't touch them. I called my mother. She didn't answer. I backed into the hallway. That was when I saw the man. He stood near the top of the staircase. This time he wasn't 6 or 10 feet away. He was at the opposite end of the hall, maybe 20 feet from me. I saw him without looking directly. 9 colored points circled his shoulders. His head leaned toward my bedroom, listening. I kept my eyes on the carpet. My mouth went dry. I took 1 step toward the guest bathroom. He moved 2. Not walking. He simply appeared closer in the edge of my vision, halfway down the hall. I turned my head. Empty. I ran. I reached the staircase and started down. Behind me, my bedroom door slammed. The sound shook the hallway. I nearly fell. I grabbed the banister. Another door closed. The bathroom. Then my mother's room. Then Denise's locked bedroom. 3 hard impacts, one after another. I ran into the kitchen. I could have gone out the front door. I should have. Instead, I went toward the mudroom because it was closer. The door into the garage wouldn't open. The knob turned. The door moved maybe an inch and stopped. Something was holding it from the other side. I pulled harder. The door jerked toward me, then slammed shut. I stumbled backward. The basement door behind me opened. I hadn't touched it. Cold air came up the stairwell. I heard a guitar string. 1 single note, plucked from somewhere below. My guitar was upstairs. I knew it was upstairs. Then came another note. Lower. A harmony. Every muscle in my body tightened. I stepped away from the basement. A man's voice began singing the same 2 notes. No words. Just the melody. It was the exact interval my father used to sing when he tuned his guitar by ear. I hadn't heard it since he died. I started crying. Not because I thought it was him. Because for 1 second, I wanted it to be. That second almost got me hurt. I moved toward the basement door. The voice stopped. From below came a soft sound. My father's laugh. Not a perfect copy. Almost right. That made it worse. I whispered, "Dad?" The basement light went out. Something moved on the stairs. I saw the colored points first. 9 small lights rising from below, one by one. Red, blue, green, amber, white, purple, then the others. They moved in a flat circle. The man's shoulders appeared beneath them. He was coming up. I backed away. His head was turned almost completely toward the wall. His visible eye remained fixed on me. I ran for the kitchen. The basement door slammed behind me. I grabbed the back door. Locked. I turned the deadbolt. It wouldn't move. I pulled until my hand hurt. Behind me, the mudroom light switched off. Then the kitchen light. The house became dim except for the gray daylight outside. I heard footsteps. Slow. Coming from the mudroom. I didn't look. I ran into the family room. My phone slipped from my hand and landed on the carpet. I bent to grab it. The television screen was black. In the reflection, the man stood directly behind me. For the first time, I saw almost his entire face. It was ordinary except for one detail. A narrow line of tiny colored reflections moved beneath the skin of his cheek. They traveled in the same sequence as the lights around his shoulders, disappearing near his ear and reappearing beneath his jaw, like something was circling inside him too. I spun around. Nothing. Then a hand grabbed the back of my sweatshirt. The force pulled me off balance. I fell against the coffee table. My knee hit the edge hard enough to make my leg go numb. I tried to crawl. The sweatshirt tightened around my throat. Something dragged me backward. I couldn't see anyone. And that was the worst part. I could feel fingers twisted into the fabric, but when I looked over my shoulder, there was only empty carpet. I screamed. I grabbed the leg of the coffee table. The table moved nearly 2 feet before catching on the rug. The grip pulled harder. The collar pressed into my neck. I couldn't get enough air. Then I did something I still don't fully understand. I shouted at it. Not a prayer, not anything clever. I yelled, "You're not him!" The pulling stopped. Instantly, the room became silent. I stayed on the floor holding the table. My throat burned. Then, from the staircase behind me, my father's voice said, "I know." The words were close enough to make my skin tighten across my shoulders. I ran. The front door opened on the first try. I went outside without shoes. I didn't stop until I reached Melissa's house. Her mother called my mother. My mother called the police because she thought someone had broken in. 2 officers searched Denise's house. They found no one. But they found things I couldn't explain. The basement door was open. My bedroom door had a split near the latch. The trash can outside had been knocked over, but the bag containing the headphones wasn't there. Most importantly, the back of my sweatshirt was torn, not along a seam. 4 narrow rips ran downward from the shoulder blades. Underneath them, my skin had matching scratches. Melissa's mother saw them. My mother saw them. The police photographed them. One officer asked whether I had fallen against something sharp. I said no. He looked at the coffee table. There was no exposed nail or broken edge. The table itself had been dragged far enough to wrinkle the rug beneath it. My phone was still on the floor. The guitar pick was beside it. After that, my mother stopped trying to find normal explanations. We stayed in a motel for the final 2 weeks before our apartment was ready. Denise hired a handyman to inspect the house. He found nothing unusual in the basement walls or electrical system. No carbon monoxide problem, no damaged locks, no evidence of an intruder. I never used binaural audio again. For months, I still saw things occasionally. A person beside a bus shelter, someone standing between 2 parked cars, a figure in the corner of a classroom. Every time I turned my head, they disappeared. The sightings became less frequent after we left the house. Eventually, they stopped. That should have been the end of it. For years, I treated the whole experience as something that happened during a stressful period in my life. My father had died. My family situation was unstable. I wasn't sleeping enough. I had experimented with audio that may have affected the way I processed visual information. Most of the incidents could be questioned individually. Peripheral vision can make mistakes. Houses make sounds. Objects get misplaced. People under stress remember things incorrectly. The scratches were harder to explain, but even those could have happened during my fall. That was how I lived with it. Then, when I was 24, my mother sold some furniture she had kept in storage. One of the things she brought to my apartment before the sale was an old cardboard box filled with photos, school papers, and things that had belonged to my father. We spent a Saturday afternoon going through it. Near the bottom was a small digital voice recorder. My dad used it because he was always forgetting melodies. He would record little guitar ideas and listen to them later. I hadn't seen it since I was a kid. The batteries were dead. I almost threw it away. Instead, I replaced them. There were dozens of recordings. Most were exactly what I expected. Short guitar parts, half-finished melodies, my father's voice making notes to himself. Then I found a file recorded 2 months before he died. I played it. At first, it was just him tuning his guitar, one string, another. Then he played 2 notes, the same interval I had heard from the basement. He hummed along. I started crying before I even realized it. My mother put her hand on my shoulder. The recording continued. My father stopped playing. There were several seconds of silence. Then he said, "That's weird." My mother looked at me. On the recording, Dad laughed nervously. Then he said, "I thought somebody joined in." I stopped the file. Neither of us spoke. I played it again. This time we listened past that point. My father called out, "Hello?" There was a pause. Then a second voice answered from somewhere in the room with him. It didn't say a word. It simply sang one low note. My mother covered her mouth. The sound was unmistakable. It was the same voice I had heard beside my bed years later. The recording continued for another 10 seconds. My father whispered something I couldn't understand. Then the file ended. I checked the date. He had recorded it in his apartment. Not Denise's house. Not anywhere near it. That destroyed the one explanation I had relied on for years. Whatever I experienced had not started in that house. Maybe the binaural tones made me more aware of it. Maybe grief did. Maybe neither mattered. I still don't know. I copied the recording to my computer because I was afraid the old device would fail. Then I put the recorder in a drawer and tried not to think about it. Several nights later, I woke around 3 in the morning because my bedroom was flashing faint colors. Red, blue, green, amber. They moved across the wall in a slow repeating sequence. I thought something outside was causing it. A passing car, police lights, anything. Then I realized the curtains were closed. The colors were coming from inside my closet. I stayed in bed. I didn't look directly at the door. I watched it from the edge of my vision. A man stood inside the closet. Only part of him was visible. One shoulder. The side of his head. 9 colored points moved around him in a slow circle. His head was turned toward the wall. His eye was looking at me. I kept my face pointed toward the ceiling. I didn't move. After maybe 30 seconds, the colors disappeared. I remained in bed until daylight. In the morning, I checked the closet. Nothing was there. I almost convinced myself I had been half asleep. Then I saw my guitar. I kept it in the corner beside the closet. One string was broken, the lowest one. It had snapped in the middle. I called my mother. She came over before work. She saw the string. She also noticed 4 narrow marks in the paint on the inside of my closet door. They were too high for my guitar to have made them. I photographed everything. I changed the lock on my apartment. For another few years, nothing happened. I got older. I moved twice. I stopped playing guitar regularly. I stopped talking about what had happened because telling people always created the same reactions. Some believed me immediately. Some smiled politely. Others wanted to explain every detail. Eventually, I stopped caring what anyone thought. Last winter, my mother gave me the rest of my father's belongings. She was downsizing and didn't want to keep boxes she never opened. Among them was his old guitar case. I hadn't seen it since his funeral. I brought it home and left it in my spare room for almost a month before opening it. Inside was his guitar, a cheap sunburst acoustic with scratches near the bridge. I sat on the floor and held it. The strings were ancient. The wood smelled dusty. For a few minutes, I remembered being 11 years old and sitting across from him while he taught me basic chords. I remembered how impatient I was, how he would laugh when I got frustrated, how completely ordinary our problems had been then. I decided to play. The guitar was badly out of tune. I adjusted the strings. When I reached the lowest one, I noticed something inside the case, a yellow guitar pick, black scratch across one side. I stopped. The pick from Denise's house had disappeared years earlier. I had assumed it was lost during one of our moves. I picked this one up. It looked exactly the same. That didn't prove anything. My father owned plenty of picks. Maybe he had scratched more than one. I set it on the floor. Then I saw writing inside the guitar case. Not on paper, on the faded green lining beneath the instrument. Very small, written in black ink. I had to move the guitar to read it. There were several dates, all from the final year of my father's life. Beside each date, he had written a location: bedroom, kitchen, hall, car, work. The final entry was written 3 days before he died. It said, "Still only see him when I don't look straight at him." Below that was one more sentence: 9 colors around the shoulders. I sat there for a long time. My father had seen him too. Years before I ever used those headphones. Years before I lived in Denise's house. I called my mother and sent her a picture. She called back immediately. Neither of us knew what to say. Then she asked something that bothered me. Was that writing always there? I don't know. You used that case when you were little. I know. Wouldn't you have noticed? Maybe. Maybe not. The writing was hidden beneath the guitar. I told myself that explained it. My mother asked me to put the case outside. I didn't argue. I carried it into the hallway outside my apartment. Then I came back for the guitar. As soon as I reached my spare room, I heard a soft sound behind me. One guitar note. I stopped. The instrument was in my hands. The sound hadn't come from it. Another note followed. Lower, from the hallway. I put the guitar on the floor. My front door was open because I had just carried the case outside. Through the doorway, I could see the case lying near the wall. The lid was closed. Then the case moved. Not much. Maybe half an inch. The metal latch clicked. Once, then again. I backed away. A third click. The lid lifted slightly. I called 911. I told them someone might be in the hallway. I knew how ridiculous that sounded, but I refused to go near the case. By the time police arrived, nothing was moving. 2 officers checked the hallway and stairwell. No one was there. One of them opened the guitar case. It was empty. He asked why I had called. I told him I thought someone had been outside my apartment. I didn't explain the rest. Then he noticed the floor. There were marks in the carpet. 4 long parallel impressions leading from my doorway toward the case. They looked like something heavy had been dragged. The officer asked whether I had moved furniture. I said no. He photographed them anyway because he was already there. After they left, I called my mother again. She came over. We carried the guitar and case to her car. I didn't want either of them in my apartment. When she lifted the case, she stopped. "What's that?" There was something underneath it. A pair of headphones. Old black over-ear headphones with a thin cable. The same style I'd used as a teenager. The cable was wrapped into a circle. Inside it sat the yellow guitar pick. My mother started crying. I didn't touch either object. We left them in the hallway and called the building manager. He removed them while we watched. I moved apartments 2 months later. I haven't seen the man since. I haven't heard the second voice. I don't play guitar anymore. For a while, I thought that meant whatever had followed my father had finally lost interest in me. Then, 3 weeks ago, my mother called. She had been cleaning out a drawer and found the digital recorder again, the one containing my father's old files. She asked whether I wanted it. I told her to throw it away. She said she already had. The next morning, I found it on my kitchen table. I live 600 miles from her. In the autumn of 2006, when I was 21, my younger sister Rachel and I moved into a rented house in Leeds, England. She was 19, and it was the first time either of us had lived somewhere without a parent. We did not choose the house because we loved it. We chose it because it was cheap, available immediately, and close enough to both of our jobs that we could manage without a car. It was an old, semi-detached house on a busy road, probably built sometime before the First World War. From the outside, it looked narrow, but it went back much farther than you would expect. There was a tiny front garden behind a waist-high iron fence, a paved path leading to the porch, and a narrow passage running along the left side of the house to the backyard. Inside, the front door opened into a long hallway. The living room was on the right, facing the road. Behind it was a dining room that we mostly used for boxes during the first few weeks. The kitchen was at the back of the house, and beyond that was a small utility room containing the washing machine, an old freezer, and the back door. The staircase began halfway down the hallway. Under the stairs was a door to the cellar. Upstairs, Rachel's bedroom faced the street. Mine was at the back, overlooking the garden. Between them were a small bathroom and a spare room that was barely large enough for a single bed. There was also an attic hatch above the landing, but neither of us went up there when we first moved in. The backyard was enclosed by an old stone wall almost 7 feet high. On the other side of that wall was a public green that had once been part of a burial ground. The church itself stood slightly farther along the road. It was several hundred years old, with a square stone tower and dark trees surrounding it. The churchyard still contained graves, but part of the old cemetery behind it had been cleared decades earlier and turned into a small public park. Some of the headstones had been moved to the edges and placed against the walls. During the day, families walked through there. People ate lunch on benches. Teenagers used it as a shortcut. At night, it was different. It was not especially dangerous, at least as far as I knew, but it became very quiet after dark. The trees blocked much of the streetlight, and the narrow path behind the church was the kind of place where two young women naturally became more aware of who might be walking behind them. That was why, during our first week in the house, Rachel and I always approached from the main road when we came home late. Our father had helped us move. My parents had divorced when I was 14, but he still lived nearby and had remained close to both of us. Our mother, Helen, had died the previous winter. I don't usually mention that immediately when telling this story because I don't think what happened can simply be reduced to grief, but her death affected almost everything about that period of my life. She had been 52. She died from a brain hemorrhage with almost no warning. The difficult part for me was that we had not been getting along before it happened. I had been living at home and saving money, and she wanted me to stay another year. I wanted independence. We argued constantly about stupid things that seemed important at the time. rent, washing dishes, where I was going at night, how late I came home. Our final real conversation ended badly. She told me I treated the house like a hotel. I told her maybe I would be happier in one. 2 days later, while I was at work, she collapsed in the kitchen. Rachel found her. She was still alive when the ambulance arrived, but never regained consciousness. I spent months wishing I could take back one ordinary argument. Rachel's grief was different from mine. She missed Mom openly. She talked about her, kept photographs around, wore one of her rings, and occasionally cried without trying to hide it. I avoided the subject. I packed most of Mom's things into boxes and convinced myself I was being practical. Moving into the house was supposed to be a fresh start. Instead, within 3 nights, I began wishing we had chosen somewhere else. It happened on a Thursday evening. We still had several bags and suitcases stored at Dad's flat because his car had been too full during the main move. He offered to bring them over after work, but Rachel and I told him not to bother. We took a bus across town, collected the last of our things, then caught another bus back. It was shortly after 9 when we reached our street. Each of us was pulling a large wheeled suitcase. It had rained earlier, and the pavement was shiny under the streetlights. Cars were passing regularly. A takeaway across the road was still open, and there were people waiting at a bus stop about 50 yards away. We felt safe. As we came near our house, Rachel suggested cutting behind the church and entering our property through the back gate. That would have saved several minutes. I said no. The back path was darker, and I didn't like the idea of dragging luggage through there at night. Main road, I told her. She rolled her eyes but followed me. We had to pass the front boundary of the church before reaching our house. The church sat farther back from the road than the neighboring buildings. There was a wide stone path leading from the pavement to heavy wooden doors with grass and old graves on both sides. There were no exterior lights on. The street itself was bright, but the trees along the church boundary blocked most of that light. As we passed the entrance, I noticed someone standing near the path. At first, I thought it was an elderly woman leaving an evening service. Then I remembered there had been no service. The church had been dark when we passed it earlier. The woman had her back toward us. She was very old. I could tell from her posture, because her shoulders curved forward, and she stood with her knees slightly bent. Her clothing was strange, not frightening by itself, just strange. She wore a pale cardigan, a light skirt that reached below her knees, and flat cream-colored shoes. Her hair was almost completely white and had been cut short around the back of her neck. Beside her stood a small folding shopping trolley. What caught my attention were the pieces of cloth attached to her cardigan. There were dozens of them. Small rectangular strips of white fabric had been stitched across the back and sleeves in uneven rows. Each was about the size of a clothing label. Some had writing on them. I couldn't read the words from where I stood, but I could see dark blue or black marks. The woman was facing the church. I slowed down. Rachel nearly walked into me. What? I nodded toward the woman. Rachel saw her. Neither of us said anything for a second. It was late enough, and the woman looked frail enough, that I wondered whether she was confused or needed help. I almost called out to her. Before I did, she began to laugh. There was no lead-up to it. No conversation. No one near her. She simply started laughing while standing with her back to us. It wasn't a normal little chuckle. The sound came out hard and sharp, several bursts close together, followed by a long, breathless note. I felt my stomach tighten. Rachel whispered, "What is she doing?" The woman kept laughing. Something about the sound bothered me more than her appearance. The road was busy. Cars were passing only yards away. Yet her voice seemed to cut through everything. For several seconds, the traffic almost felt far away. The laughter sounded much closer than the woman actually was. Then, one of the little fabric labels on the back of her cardigan lifted. There was almost no wind. The label rose away from her clothes as if someone had pinched the corner. Another lifted beside it, then another. They began moving one after another down her back, not fluttering randomly, rising in sequence, top to bottom. Rachel grabbed my arm. "Let's go." We started walking faster. The suitcases rattled behind us. The old woman did not turn. She continued laughing. We passed the church boundary and reached the row of houses. Our place was only a short distance ahead. I expected the sound to become quieter as we moved away. It didn't. That was the first moment when I became genuinely frightened. The laughter remained directly behind us. Same volume, same distance. I walked faster. Rachel did too. Neither of us looked back. The wheels on my suitcase kept catching in cracks in the pavement. And every time it jerked my arm backward, I thought something had grabbed it. The woman laughed again. This time it sounded closer. Rachel said, "Don't turn around." I wasn't going to. "She's following us. Just keep moving." Our front gate came into view. I pulled it open too hard and slammed it against the fence. Rachel went through first. I dragged my suitcase behind me. We were halfway up the path when the laughter stopped. Instantly. The sudden silence frightened me almost as much as the sound. I unlocked the front door. We pushed our luggage into the hallway and shut the door behind us. I locked the deadbolt. Rachel immediately went to the living room window. "Don't," I said. She ignored me. The curtains were still open because we hadn't bought proper ones yet. She stood to the side of the glass and looked toward the church. "Can you see her?" "No." "Nothing?" "Nothing." I looked too. From the living room, we could see part of the pavement and the opposite side of the road. The church itself was hidden by the neighboring house. There was no old woman outside, no shopping trolley, nobody walking toward us. Rachel turned around. "What was that?" "Probably just some old lady. At 9 at night? Maybe she lives nearby." Why was she laughing like that? I didn't know. We were both frightened, but I could feel embarrassment starting to mix with it. That happens when you're scared in a public place, and then suddenly find yourself inside a normal room. The living room was full of half-open boxes. A television was sitting on the floor because we didn't have a stand yet. 2 mugs were on the windowsill. Nothing had changed. I started making jokes about it. Rachel did too. We told ourselves the woman might have dementia. Maybe she had wandered out of a nearby care home. Maybe the fabric strips on her clothes were identification labels. That explanation actually made me feel guilty. What if we had just run away from a confused elderly person who needed help? I was about to say we should call the non-emergency police number when something rang through the house. It was the doorbell. I screamed. Not a small startled noise, a full scream. Rachel jumped so badly that she hit her hip against the hall table. The bell in that house was horrible. It wasn't a pleasant chime. There was an old electrical buzzer mounted high on the hallway wall. When someone pressed the button outside, the box produced a harsh, mechanical vibration that sounded like an angry insect trapped inside metal. It was the first time we'd heard it. The sound filled the hallway. Rachel swore at me. "Who is that?" "I don't know." The buzzer went again. We stared at each other. Neither of us moved toward the door. A man's voice called from outside. "Rachel? Emma?" It was Dad. I almost cried with relief. Rachel unlocked the door. Dad stood on the porch holding a plastic toolbox. Apparently, I had left my phone charger at his flat, and he had decided to bring it over, along with a screwdriver set he thought we might need. He took one look at me and frowned. "What happened to you?" I must have looked ridiculous. I was still wearing my coat. My hands were shaking. My eyes were watering from the shock of the bell. "Your doorbell nearly killed me," I said. He laughed. Then he saw Rachel's face. "Seriously, what's wrong?" I almost told him. Something stopped me. Maybe I didn't want him thinking we were too nervous to live alone. Maybe I didn't want him offering to stay. We had fought so hard for independence that admitting we had frightened ourselves on the third night felt humiliating. So I said we had just been talking about someone strange we'd seen near the church. Dad looked toward the road. "Someone bothering you?" "No." "Following you?" That wasn't completely true, but I didn't want to say it. He stayed for about 20 minutes. He checked the back door lock, showed us how to shut off the water if a pipe burst, and lectured us about not leaving candles burning. Then he left. Rachel and I carried our suitcases upstairs. Before going to bed, she came into my room. "You heard the same thing I heard, right?" "The laughing?" "Yes, obviously." "No, I mean after we passed her." I looked at her. "What about it?" "It stayed behind us." I didn't answer. Rachel continued. "It wasn't getting farther away." "I know." "And you saw the things on her jumper? Those little labels?" She nodded. "Did you see the writing?" "I think they were names." That made me uncomfortable. "How could you read them?" "I couldn't. I just thought that's what they looked like." I told her she was probably right about them being laundry labels from a care facility. We left it there. That night, I had trouble falling asleep, but nothing happened. The next morning, everything seemed less serious. We went to work. When I returned that evening, Rachel was already home. She had found something on the porch, a small strip of white cloth. It was lying against the bottom of the front door. There was handwriting on it. Just one word. Margaret. Blue ink. The strip had tiny holes along both long edges where thread had once passed through it. Rachel placed it on the kitchen table. I stared at it. Probably fell off her clothes. All the way over here? Maybe it stuck to one of our suitcases. That was possible. We had walked close enough to the church gate that something could have blown onto our luggage. Rachel didn't look convinced. I threw it into the kitchen bin. For nearly a week, nothing else happened. Then the doorbell began ringing by itself. The first time was around 2 in the afternoon on Sunday. Rachel and I were both home. The buzzer sounded once. She looked through the living room window before I opened the door. Nobody was on the porch. I checked outside. The front path was empty. There was no one near the gate. We assumed local kids had pressed the button and run. The next evening, it happened at 11:40. One long buzz. I was upstairs. Rachel called from her room. "Are you expecting someone?" "No." Neither of us went downstairs. The buzzer sounded again, then a third time. I called Dad. He lived about 15 minutes away. He told us not to open the door and said he would drive over. While we waited, the bell stopped. Dad arrived and walked around the property with a torch. He found no one. The front gate was shut. The side passage was empty. The backyard gate was still bolted from inside. Dad tested the bell. It worked normally. He suggested moisture might be getting into the exterior button. The house was old, and it had rained heavily. That explanation made sense. The landlord sent an electrician 2 days later. He replaced the outside button and checked the wiring. We didn't tell him about the woman. He said the old switch was worn and could possibly have shorted in damp weather. For about 10 days after that, the buzzer remained quiet. I began to relax. Then one evening I came home and found Rachel standing in the kitchen with every downstairs light turned on. She looked pale. "What happened?" She pointed toward the cellar door. "I heard someone down there." The cellar was unfinished. It had stone walls, a low ceiling, an old boiler, and several wooden shelves. We used it for storage, but rarely went down. What did you hear? Moving. Mice. No. Rats? Emma, it sounded like shoes. I didn't want to go down there either, but I knew one of us had to behave normally. I grabbed the largest kitchen knife, which was stupid because I had no idea what I planned to do with it, and opened the door. The light switch was just inside. I turned it on. The stairs were empty. I went down slowly. Rachel stayed at the top. The cellar smelled of damp stone and detergent from a box of washing powder stored on a shelf. Nothing was disturbed. The small window near the ceiling was locked. There was no second entrance. I checked behind the boiler. Nothing. Then Rachel said, "What's that?" She was pointing at the third step from the bottom. A strip of white cloth had been tucked into the gap between the wooden tread and the wall. I pulled it out. Another name was written on it. Beatrice. I dropped it. Rachel backed away from the cellar door. "That is not funny. I'm not doing it." "I know you're not." We left the cloth where it was. When Dad visited the next morning, we finally told him everything. Not because we suddenly believed something supernatural was happening, but because we thought somebody might be entering the house. Dad took that possibility seriously. He checked every window. He checked the back gate. He looked at the cellar window. He even pushed on the attic hatch to make sure no one was hiding above us. Nothing suggested anyone had broken in. Dad asked to see the labels. I had thrown the first one away, but the kitchen bin had already been emptied. The second was still in the cellar. When we went down to retrieve it, it was gone. That created an argument. Rachel accused me of moving it. I accused her. Dad became frustrated with both of us. Eventually, he said, "You two are wound up because of the woman you saw. Stop feeding each other's imagination." It hurt, because part of me thought he was right. That night, Rachel slept in my room. We didn't admit we were scared. She simply dragged her duvet in and said her radiator was making noise. Around 3 in the morning, I woke because she was holding my wrist. "Emma." Her voice was barely audible. "What?" "Listen." At first I heard nothing. Then a soft noise came through the wall behind my bed. A woman laughing, very quietly. 3 breathless little bursts, then silence. Rachel tightened her grip on me. The sound came again. This time it was lower, not downstairs, inside the wall. I sat up. The radiator wasn't running. There were no pipes directly behind my head that I knew of. We waited. The laughter moved. It came from farther along the wall, then from somewhere behind the wardrobe, then from the hallway. I got out of bed and turned on the light. The sound stopped. We checked the hallway. Nothing. Rachel's bedroom was empty. The bathroom was empty. The spare room was empty. When I went downstairs, every door was locked. I called Dad. He didn't answer until the 3rd attempt. When I explained what had happened, he sighed. "Do you want me to come over?" I almost said yes. Then I looked at Rachel. She shook her head. "No, we're fine." We weren't. I barely slept for the rest of the night. The next morning, Rachel noticed a thin line of dirt on the upstairs carpet. It started at the top of the staircase. Not mud exactly. More like dry gray soil. The marks crossed the landing and ended outside my bedroom. There were no clear footprints. Just small patches, spaced roughly a foot apart. Dad came over before work. This time he didn't joke. He touched the dirt. Then he looked at our shoes. Neither of us owned anything with soil like that on the soles. He checked the attic. Nothing was there except insulation, old boards, and a broken chair left by a previous tenant. The attic dust was undisturbed. He spent nearly an hour in the house. Before leaving, he said he wanted us to stay with him for a few nights. Rachel agreed immediately. I didn't. I was tired of feeling frightened. More than that, I was angry at myself for being frightened. The house was ours. We paid rent. We had locks. We had neighbors on both sides. I didn't want an unexplained laugh and a few scraps of fabric to chase me out. I told Rachel she could stay with Dad if she wanted. She refused to leave me alone. For a while, our fear turned into irritation. We stopped discussing the woman. We kept the television on later than usual. We checked the locks every night. I bought one of those cheap battery alarms that sounded if the back door opened. Rachel bought another for the front door. Nothing happened for almost 2 weeks. Then Mom's box appeared in the spare room. That box mattered because it had never been in our house. After Mom died, Rachel and I divided some of her belongings. The things we couldn't deal with went into storage at Dad's flat. There was one particular cardboard box containing her sewing things. Mom had altered clothes constantly. She wasn't a professional seamstress, but she could repair almost anything. When Rachel and I were children, she sewed name tapes into our school uniforms, gym kits, coats, and even towels before school trips. I hated those labels. She always ordered far too many, so for years there were rolls of white cloth strips with our names printed in blue. After her death, neither of us wanted the sewing box. Dad kept it. One Saturday morning, I opened the spare room door and saw it sitting in the middle of the floor. I knew what it was immediately because Mom had written "suing" on the side in thick black marker. I called Rachel. She came upstairs. For a moment, neither of us touched it. Did Dad bring this? No. Maybe yesterday? He wasn't here yesterday. I called him. The box was supposed to be in his hallway cupboard. He checked while I waited. It was gone. Dad drove over. He seemed more unsettled than either of us. The front and back alarms had not sounded. All the windows were locked. Nothing else was missing. Dad opened the box. Inside were spools of thread, scissors, old buttons, pins, a tape measure, scraps of fabric, and several packets of labels. Most belonged to us. Rachel Carter. Emma Carter. There was also an unopened packet printed with our mother's name. Helen Carter. Dad picked it up. Why would she have labels with her own name? Rachel shrugged. Mom had worked in a nursing home for several years and sometimes took uniforms in for laundry. That was the only explanation we could think of. Then I noticed one strip on the carpet beside the box. It wasn't printed. Someone had written on it by hand. Helen. The handwriting was not Mom's. Rachel started crying. I became angry. That was my reaction whenever grief got too close. I picked up the label and tore it in half. Enough. Dad told me to calm down. No. Someone is doing this. Who? I don't know. I wanted there to be a person responsible. A neighbor, a former tenant, a teenager playing a cruel joke. Anything we could confront. I carried the sewing box downstairs and put it beside the front door. Dad took it back to his flat. Before leaving, he made us promise to call him if anything else happened. That evening, Rachel asked me something I wasn't prepared for. Do you think it could be Mom? No. I answered immediately. Too quickly. She looked hurt. I'm just asking. Mom wouldn't do this. How do you know? Because she wouldn't scare us. Rachel sat quietly. Then she said, maybe she isn't trying to. I hated that idea more than the thought of a stranger in the house. I had spent months avoiding my mother in my own memories. Now part of me began wondering whether every sound might be her. I caught myself listening for her footsteps. I opened one of her old voicemails and nearly played it before stopping. I didn't want to hear her voice in that house. 3 nights later, the laughter came from Rachel's room. Rachel wasn't home. She had gone out for dinner with friends. I was downstairs watching television. At 10:17, I heard a woman laugh once above me. I muted the TV. Another laugh, then another. It was directly over the living room, Rachel's bedroom. My first instinct was to leave. Instead, I called Rachel. "Are you home?" "What? Are you in the house?" "No. Why?" I didn't answer. I went to the front door. Before I reached it, the floorboard above me creaked. Then another. Someone was walking across Rachel's room. I opened the front door. The alarm screamed because I forgot to switch it off. I stepped onto the porch. I stayed there until Rachel came home. We entered together. Her room was empty. Nothing had been stolen, but her wardrobe door stood open. On the bed were 7 white fabric labels. Each had a different woman's name handwritten on it. None of the names meant anything to us. Rachel refused to sleep there. We took photographs before touching anything. The next morning, Dad saw them too. He put each one in a clear sandwich bag. That was the first physical evidence that remained long enough for someone outside the house to inspect. Dad didn't know what to think. He took the labels with him. 2 days later, he called. One had changed. At first, I thought he was joking. He wasn't. One of the labels had originally said Dorothy. Dad had photographed all 7 on his kitchen table. When he looked again the next morning, the ink on that strip had faded almost completely. A different name had appeared beneath it. Emma. I told him to throw them away. He did. That should have been enough to make us leave. We started looking at other rentals immediately. Unfortunately, moving takes time. Our lease had conditions. We had little money. Dad offered to let us stay with him, but his flat had only 1 bedroom and a small sofa. Rachel began staying there anyway. I spent several nights alone at the house because I was stubborn. Nothing happened while she was gone. That made me feel safer. It also created a new theory. Maybe Rachel was somehow connected to it. Then she came home on a Friday night, and everything changed. It had been raining since afternoon. We ordered food and stayed downstairs. Neither of us wanted to discuss the house, so we watched bad television and drank wine. Around midnight, the rain became heavier. Water rattled against the kitchen window. At 12:40, the front buzzer sounded. One long mechanical growl. Rachel froze. I checked the window. The porch was empty. The bell sounded again. Then the back door alarm began screaming. Rachel stood. "What the hell?" I ran toward the kitchen. The back door was still closed. The alarm was wedged beneath it, exactly where we had placed it. But the handle was moving, slowly. Down, up, down again. Someone was trying the door from outside. I grabbed my phone. Rachel shouted, "Call Dad." I started dialing. Then the kitchen lights went out. The rest of the house remained lit. The handle stopped. I backed into the dining room. A sound came from the utility room. Soft laughter. Rachel grabbed my sleeve. The door between the kitchen and utility room was open. Beyond it was darkness. Something pale moved across the back window. Then the laughter came from behind us. The hallway. We both turned. An old woman stood at the bottom of the stairs. It was the woman from outside the church. For the first time, I saw her clearly. She was smaller than I remembered. Her cardigan hung loosely from narrow shoulders. The pale skirt reached almost to her ankles. Her white hair was thin enough that I could see parts of her scalp beneath it. Dozens of cloth labels covered her clothes. They were stitched across her chest, sleeves, and skirt. Each one had a name, some printed, some handwritten. The strangest thing was what the labels were doing. They lifted away from the fabric one at a time as she breathed. Not because of wind. They rose and settled like tiny flaps, opening and closing. Her mouth was closed. The laughter continued anyway. I could hear it from several places in the hall at once. Rachel whispered, Emma. The woman's head moved, very slowly. She looked toward Rachel. Then her mouth opened. No laughter came from it. Instead, I heard my mother's voice. Not words, just the little breath she used to make when she was trying not to cry. I couldn't move. The woman raised one hand. Between her fingers was a white label. I could read it from where I stood. Helen Carter. My chest tightened. For one terrible moment, everything else disappeared. The house, Rachel, the rain. All I could think about was Mum. Our final argument. Her face when I told her I would rather live somewhere else. I heard myself say, Mom? Rachel grabbed me. That's not her. The old woman laughed. This time her mouth moved. I saw no teeth, only a folded piece of white cloth pressed between her lips. Rachel pulled me backward. The woman stepped forward. She moved much faster than someone her age should have been able to move. We ran for the kitchen. I tried the back door. The deadbolt turned, but the door would not open. Something on the other side was pulling it closed. Rachel grabbed the handle with me. We both pulled. The wood shook in the frame. Behind us, the woman entered the kitchen. I could hear the soft scrape of her shoes. I looked over my shoulder. She was smiling now. The labels across her cardigan lifted and fell. Several had our names. Emma, Rachel, Helen. Some names repeated. Others were people I didn't know. The old woman reached for Rachel. Rachel screamed and tried to move away. The woman's fingers closed around the sleeve of her jumper. The fabric stretched. I grabbed Rachel around the waist and pulled. The old woman's grip did not slip. Her fingers looked thin and weak, but Rachel's jumper began tearing at the shoulder. I grabbed a ceramic fruit bowl from the counter and hit the woman's arm. The bowl shattered against her elbow. The impact felt real, solid. Her arm moved, but she did not release Rachel. A piece of broken ceramic cut my palm. I hit her again with what remained of the bowl. This time, she let go. Rachel fell against me. The woman made a sound that was not laughter. It was a sharp intake of breath, exactly like my mother used to make when sudden pain caught her off guard. I froze. The woman's face changed. Not physically. Her expression did. For half a second, she looked hurt. Human. I hated myself for hesitating. Rachel didn't. She grabbed my hand and dragged me toward the hallway. The woman followed. The front door was closer. I reached it first. The lock turned. The door opened perhaps 3 inches, then stopped. The security chain had somehow been fastened. Neither of us had used it that night. I tried lifting the chain. It would not come free. Behind us, the woman laughed. Rachel screamed at me to hurry. I pulled the door harder. The metal plate holding the chain began bending away from the frame. The old woman reached Rachel again. This time, her fingers caught the back of Rachel's hair. Rachel screamed. I turned. The woman had a fistful of it. I grabbed her wrist. Her skin was dry and frighteningly cold. The labels on her sleeve began moving against my hand. One brushed my knuckles. I saw my own name written on it. Then another. Rachel. Another. Dad. I pulled harder. The woman leaned toward me. Her face was only a foot away. I could smell damp wool and something like old face powder. She smiled. Her lips moved. My mother's voice came out. Go on, then. Those were the last words I had shouted at Mum during our final argument. Not exactly part of a sentence. She had been standing in the kitchen telling me that if I hated living there so much, maybe I should leave. I had put on my coat. She said, fine, walk away. I turned at the door and snapped, go on then, have the last word. I had never told Rachel that. I don't think I'd told anyone. Hearing it from the old woman's mouth broke something in me. I stopped trying to understand. I grabbed the chain and pulled with both hands. The screws tore out of the door frame. The door flew open. Rachel and I fell onto the porch. We ran into the front garden. The rain was freezing. Neither of us had shoes on. Rachel's jumper was hanging open at one shoulder. Blood ran down my hand. I expected the woman to follow. She didn't. She stood inside our hallway. The front door remained open. The light behind her made the edges of her clothes clearer. Dozens of labels moved across them. Then she turned away from us and walked toward the stairs. She began laughing again. We ran to the neighboring house. The police came. So did Dad. I expected the officers to find nothing. Instead, there was damage everywhere. The security chain had been torn completely from the frame. Broken ceramic covered the kitchen floor. Rachel's jumper was ripped from the shoulder nearly to the middle of the back. Underneath, she had 4 deep red marks running across her shoulder blade. They weren't cuts. They looked like pressure bruises from fingers. One became purple by morning. The kitchen back door had long scratches around the inside handle. Most disturbing were the pieces of white cloth. There were more than 30 of them scattered through the hallway and kitchen. The police collected several. Dad picked up others after the officers finished. Most had names. Some were faded. Some were too stained to read. One said Helen Carter. Dad saw it. Rachel saw it. I still have the photograph. The landlord arrived the following morning. He inspected the front door and paid someone to replace the damaged frame. He had no explanation for how the security chain had been attached while we were inside the house because Rachel and I both insisted we had not used it. We moved out within a week. Dad paid the penalty for breaking the lease. I didn't argue. Rachel stayed with him until she found another place. I moved in with a friend. Neither of us went back to the church. For months, I tried to convince myself that there had been a person in the house. Maybe someone mentally unwell. Maybe someone who had found a way inside. But that theory never explained the locked doors. It didn't explain my mother's words. It didn't explain the labels. I also couldn't explain why the woman had first appeared outside the church, or why we had both seen the same details before either of us described them to the other. The experience changed the way I thought about Mom. That may be the worst part. Before that night, her memory belonged to me. I could think about her voice, her expressions, our arguments, the stupid jokes she made, and know those things were mine. After hearing her voice come from that woman's mouth, certain memories stopped feeling safe. For years, I couldn't listen to old recordings. Whenever Rachel laughed in a way that sounded slightly like Mum, my stomach tightened before I could stop it. I hated that whatever had been in the house had found the one wound I hadn't dealt with and pushed directly into it. Rachel and I rarely talked about the experience after moving. Dad talked about it even less. He was the most practical person I knew. And I think seeing the torn chain, the bruises and the labels, bothered him more than he admitted. About 6 months later, he gave me a small envelope. Inside were 3 of the fabric strips he'd taken from the house. He had kept them in a drawer. I asked why. He said he didn't know. The first had Mum's name. The second had mine. The third was blank. I told him I didn't want them. He offered to throw them away. I watched him tear all 3 into pieces and put them in the outside rubbish bin. That was the last physical connection I thought we had to the house. Years passed. Rachel got married. Dad moved north after retiring. I eventually stopped thinking about the woman every time I passed an old church. I never completely forgot, but the memory became something I could keep at a distance. Then last year, Rachel called me late one evening. Her voice sounded wrong. She asked whether I still remembered exactly what the woman's clothes looked like. I said yes. She asked about the labels. I told her I remembered those too. Then she sent me a photograph. Rachel has 2 children now. Her oldest daughter was 8 at the time. That afternoon, her daughter had come home from school carrying a small strip of cloth. She said she had found it on her pillow. Rachel assumed it had fallen from a piece of clothing. Then she noticed the handwriting. The label had Rachel's full name on it. Not her married name. Carter. The name she hadn't used in more than 10 years. Rachel checked the house. All the doors were locked. Her husband had been at work. The children had been at school. She wanted to know if I thought someone was playing a joke. I didn't know what to tell her. She threw the label away. Nothing happened afterward. At least nothing she told me about. Then, 3 months ago, Dad died. It was peaceful. He had a heart condition and had been slowing down for several years. Rachel and I were both able to be with him at the hospital. After everything that happened with Mom, I was grateful for that. There were no unfinished arguments. No final words I regretted. Rachel and I spent the following weeks clearing out his bungalow. Most of his belongings were ordinary. Tools, books, old paperwork, photographs, boxes he'd carried from one home to another without opening. In the back of his bedroom wardrobe, I found a plastic storage container. Inside were things belonging to Mom. A scarf, several birthday cards, a photograph of the 4 of us taken before the divorce. At the bottom was an old biscuit tin. I opened it. Inside were fabric labels, hundreds of them. I called Rachel into the room. Neither of us understood. Some were Mom's old printed name tapes. Some belonged to us from childhood. But most were handwritten. Different names, different ink, different ages of cloth. I recognized several from the night in the house. Beatrice, Margaret, Dorothy, Helen, Emma, Rachel. I sat on the floor staring at them. Dad had told us he'd thrown the labels away. Maybe he had kept others from the house. Maybe he'd collected more than we knew. I couldn't ask him. Rachel wanted to throw the entire tin out. Before she could, I noticed something beneath the labels. A folded piece of paper. It was one of Dad's old envelopes. On the front, in his handwriting, were the words, "Found on my bedroom floor after the girls moved out." Inside was a single photograph. It had been taken in our old rented house. I recognized the hallway immediately. The stairs were in the background. The cellar door was visible beneath them. The photograph was dark and slightly blurred, as though Dad had taken it quickly with an old phone. The old woman was standing on the landing. Her back was toward the camera. The labels covered her cardigan. Dad had photographed her. Rachel started crying. I turned the picture over. Dad had written a date on the back. It was 2 months after we moved out. Below the date was one sentence. She only laughs when I mention Helen. I almost dropped the photograph. Rachel told me to put everything down. As I did, I noticed one final strip of cloth caught beneath the metal rim of the tin. It looked newer than the others. Clean white fabric, fresh blue ink. I pulled it free. Rachel leaned closer. The label had been made recently enough that the edges hadn't even started to fray. There was one name written on it. Dad. I was 14 years old in the fall of 1972, and at the time my family lived outside Gadsden, Alabama, in an old white house that backed up to several acres of woods. I am in my 60s now, and there are parts of that year I barely remember. I couldn't tell you what I wore on my first day of school or what songs were playing on the radio that October. But I remember one particular weekend so clearly that I can still picture where everyone was standing in our kitchen. My father was named Frank. My mother was Linda. There were 5 of us children. I was the oldest, followed by my sisters Carol, Patty, and Denise, and then our little brother Danny. Money was always tight. Dad worked maintenance at a manufacturing plant. Mom worked the early shift at a grocery store in town. We weren't starving, but nothing in our house was replaced until it absolutely had to be. Our television had a pair of pliers sitting on top because the channel knob had broken. The washing machine shook so violently during the spin cycle that Mom kept an old folded towel wedged underneath one corner. The house itself had been built before any of us were born. It stood on a slight rise above a narrow county road. There was a deep front porch, a gravel driveway along the right side, and a backyard that seemed enormous when I was a child. The first floor was simple. The front door opened into a narrow hall. The living room was on the left, and my parents' bedroom was on the right. The hallway continued into the dining room, and the kitchen was behind that. At the very back of the house were two smaller rooms. One was a laundry and storage room with a door leading to the backyard. The other had belonged to my grandmother. Her name was Ruth. She was my mother's mother, and she had lived with us during the final year of her life. That room mattered to me more than I admitted to anyone. Grandma Ruth had died that June. She'd had a stroke the previous winter and never fully recovered. For months, she needed help getting dressed, getting to the bathroom, and sometimes even sitting up. I spent more time with her than my younger siblings did, partly because I was the oldest, partly because I loved her, and partly because Mom needed the help. Grandma kept a little brass handbell on the table beside her bed. If she needed something during the night, she rang it. I heard that bell so many times during those months that even years later, anything with a similar tone made my chest tighten. The last night she was alive, she asked me to sit with her. It was a Friday. A friend from school had invited me to a football game. I had already missed several things that year because someone needed to stay home with Grandma, and I was angry about it in the selfish way teenagers sometimes are. She rang the bell while I was getting ready. I went into her room and asked what she needed. She said nothing sit with me for a little while. I told her I couldn't. She looked disappointed, but didn't argue. I remember saying, "I'll sit with you tomorrow." Then I left. She died sometime before sunrise. My mother found her. For months afterward, I couldn't go into that room without thinking about the word tomorrow. Mom wanted to clean it out. I wouldn't let her. I said there was no reason to hurry. The truth was that I couldn't stand the thought of changing anything. So in October, 4 months after Grandma died, her bed was still made. Her slippers were still underneath the chair. There was still a bottle of lotion on the dresser and a stack of old women's magazines beside the bed. The brass bell remained on the nightstand. Dad never pressured me about it. That was unusual for him. He wasn't a sentimental person, but I think he understood. Behind our backyard stood a small wooden smokehouse that hadn't been used in years. Beyond that was a shallow dirt bank where Dad sometimes burned brush. Farther back, the woods began. An old logging track cut through those trees and eventually joined another dirt road about a mile away. Nobody in our family used it much. Hunters sometimes drove through there during deer season, and occasionally teenagers parked along it at night. Dad didn't like strangers coming through. That year, there had also been several break-ins around our area. Nothing dramatic had happened to us, but a family a few roads over came home and found their television and guns missing. Another neighbor caught a man trying to get into his tool shed. Dad decided that all of us were old enough to understand basic gun safety. He owned a .22 rifle and an old 12-gauge shotgun. One Saturday afternoon, when the weather had finally started getting cool, he decided to teach us how to handle the rifle. Mom came outside with us because she didn't trust Dad to keep 5 children from doing something stupid. We weren't deep in the wilderness. We were behind our own house. Dad put several empty soup cans on a fallen log near the dirt bank. He explained where to point the barrel, how to check whether the rifle was loaded, and why we were never to touch it unless an adult was present. The younger kids were mostly interested in the noise. I remember the smell of dead leaves and wood smoke. It had been dry for several days. The ground was covered with brown oak leaves that broke easily under our shoes. I had fired maybe twice when Dad suddenly held up one hand. Stop. Everybody became quiet. At first, I didn't hear anything. Then, I heard an engine. It was coming from the logging track. Dad frowned. We all knew what vehicles normally sounded like on that rough road. Trucks and tractors came through slowly. This engine was being pushed hard. A car appeared between the trees. It was a dark green Pontiac, an older full-size model with a long hood and dull chrome around the windows. The driver came toward our property much faster than anyone should have been driving on that track. Dad immediately took the rifle from me. Everybody behind the woodpile. Mom asked Frank, "What is it?" "I don't know." Move, his voice changed in a way that made us listen. There was a stacked woodpile beside the smokehouse, and behind it the ground dipped into a shallow drainage ditch. Mom got Danny down first, then my sisters. I crouched beside her while Dad remained near the end of the woodpile with the rifle. The Pontiac slowed. It stopped behind the smokehouse, maybe 60 yards from our back porch. The engine remained running. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, the driver's door opened. A man got out. I remember him as being somewhere in his 40s. He wasn't particularly large. He wore dark trousers, a checked work shirt, and a brown jacket. He looked completely ordinary. That made what happened next worse. He opened the rear passenger door. Then he reached inside and pulled a woman out by her arms. Her feet dragged across the ground. My little sister Patty made a small sound. Mom covered her mouth. The woman didn't move. Her head hung backward. One shoe came off near the car. The man dragged her several yards through the leaves and left her beside the back wall of our old smokehouse. He didn't check her breathing. He didn't look around. He simply let go of her arms and walked back to the Pontiac. I remember staring at Dad. I expected him to step out. He didn't. Years later, I understood why. He had his wife and 5 children crouching 20 feet behind him. Having a rifle did not make the situation safe. It made him responsible for 6 other people. The man got into the car. He sat there for a moment. Then he drove farther down the logging track instead of going back the way he had come. We listened until the engine faded. Nobody moved. Dad waited at least another minute. Then he whispered, "Linda, keep the kids here." Mom grabbed his shirt. "Don't go over there. She might be hurt." "I don't like this. Neither do I." Dad walked toward the smokehouse with the rifle held low. Mom told us to stay down. Of course, every one of us watched. Dad stopped several feet from the woman. "Ma'am?" No response. "Can you hear me?" The woman moved. Not slowly. Not like someone waking up. She sat upright in one sudden motion. Dad stepped backward. I nearly screamed. The woman turned her head and looked directly toward our hiding place. She couldn't possibly have known exactly where we were. At least I don't know how she could have. Yet she looked straight at us. That was when I noticed the leaves. She wore a pale blue dress and a cream-colored coat. A line of dead oak leaves clung to the entire right side of her body. They started in her hair above the ear, continued down her shoulder and sleeve, ran along the side of her skirt, and ended near her ankle. Not a few leaves. Dozens. They formed a narrow strip, almost as if the woman had been laid on the ground and one side of her had been pressed into it. The strange thing was that she had just been dragged. Her body had rolled. Her clothes had twisted. Yet the leaves stayed attached in that same straight line. Not one fell while I was watching. Her right side also looked slightly flattened. Her hair was pressed tight against her cheek. The shoulder of her coat looked crushed. Even the fabric of her skirt hung differently on that side. Dad asked, "Are you hurt?" The woman looked at him. No, her voice was calm. "Do you know that man?" She didn't answer. Dad took another step toward her. "Do you need a doctor?" "No." "Do you want us to call the sheriff?" "No." Dad looked back at Mom. The woman followed his eyes. Then she looked beyond us, at the house. She stared at the rear windows for several seconds. Grandma's bedroom window faced directly toward the smokehouse. I remember realizing that was exactly where she was looking. Dad said, "Ma'am, you shouldn't stay out here." She smiled. It was a small, tired expression. "I'm going home." "Where's home?" She looked at him, then at our house again. Close, I felt my stomach tighten. Dad didn't ask another question. He backed away. When he reached us, he said, "We're going inside." "What about her?" Mom asked. "We're going inside." Nobody argued. We walked quickly toward the back door. Dad stayed behind us with the rifle. When we reached the porch, I looked back. The woman was standing now. She hadn't been standing when we left the woodpile. She was beside the smokehouse. The line of leaves still covered one side of her. Her arms hung naturally at her sides. She was watching us enter the house. I was the last child through the door. Dad came in behind me. He locked it. Then he checked the kitchen window. The woman remained beside the smokehouse. Mom went to the telephone. We had an old rotary phone mounted on the dining room wall. Dad stopped her. "Wait, what?" "I want to see where she goes." "Frank, call somebody." "I'm going to." He kept watching. Then the sound of an engine came from the front of the house. Dad moved quickly through the dining room. I followed even though he told me not to. The green Pontiac had come around using the county road. It was moving very slowly past our property. The driver saw Dad standing inside the screen door. He stopped. My father went onto the front porch with the rifle. I stood behind the living room curtain. Mom pulled my younger siblings away from the windows. The driver rolled down his window. "Afternoon," Dad said. "Afternoon." The man nodded toward the rifle. "Doing some shooting?" "Teaching the kids." "Good thing for kids to know." Dad said nothing. The man looked toward the side of the house. "Anybody else been through here?" My whole body went cold. Dad leaned the rifle against his leg where the man could clearly see it. Not that I noticed. The man smiled. He had a broad face and thinning brown hair. "Road back there goes anywhere?" "Dead ends past my place." That wasn't completely true. The man glanced toward the woods, then toward our living room window. I moved away from the curtain. "Well," he said, "you folks have a good weekend. You too." The Pontiac pulled away. Dad waited until it disappeared. Then he came inside and locked the front door. Mom immediately said, "Call the sheriff." Dad did. A deputy arrived about 40 minutes later. By then, the woman was gone. The deputy walked around the smokehouse. He found the shoe she'd lost. It was a beige low heel. There were also drag marks through the leaves. That proved at least part of what we'd seen. Dad explained everything. The deputy listened, wrote notes, and asked what the man looked like. Then, he asked what the woman had said. Dad told him. The deputy seemed confused. If she was able to walk, she may have left on her own. Mom said he pulled her out like she was dead. "I understand, ma'am." "Then why wouldn't she want help?" He had no answer. The deputy took the shoe. He told Dad to call if the car returned. That evening, we ate dinner in the kitchen instead of the dining room because nobody wanted to sit near the front windows. Dad kept the rifle beside his chair. Around 8, Danny asked if the woman was dead. Mom snapped at him. Of course not. She looked dead. She talked to Daddy. Danny pushed food around his plate. Maybe dead people can talk. Dad told him to stop. Nobody laughed. After dinner, Mom closed every curtain downstairs. I helped her check the windows. When I reached Grandma's room, I stopped outside the door. It had been closed since morning. I suddenly remembered the woman staring at that window. I didn't want to go inside. Mom noticed. What's wrong? Nothing. She opened the door. The room smelled the same as always. Dust, lotion, the faint lavender powder Grandma used. The window was locked. Nothing had been disturbed. Mom started to leave. Then the brass bell rang. One clear note. Mom spun around. I froze. The bell sat on Grandma's nightstand. Neither of us was near it. For several seconds, we stared at each other. Mom went over and picked it up. Must have shifted. How? She examined the table. I don't know. Mom, old houses settle. That explanation made no sense, but I accepted it because she needed me to. She put the bell inside the top drawer of the dresser. Then, she closed the drawer. There, we left the room. I slept badly. My sisters and I shared 2 upstairs bedrooms. Carol slept in my room that night because she was frightened. Sometime after midnight, I woke to a scraping sound. It came from downstairs, not loud, a slow dragging noise. Then silence. Another scrape. Carol whispered, "You awake?" "Yes, what is that?" "I don't know." We stayed in bed. The sound moved beneath us, across the dining room, toward the back of the house. Then it stopped. I heard a door click. A few seconds later, Dad's voice came from downstairs. "Linda, their bedroom door opened." Mom asked, "What?" "The back door." I got up. Carol grabbed my arm. "Don't." I opened our bedroom door anyway. Dad was already in the kitchen when I reached the stairs. Mom stood behind him in her nightgown. The back door was still locked, but the storm door outside it was open. Dad had latched that storm door before bed. He stepped onto the porch with a flashlight. There was nobody there. Then he aimed the beam downward. Across the porch boards was a narrow trail of leaves. Not scattered, a straight line. It began at the top step and ended directly in front of the back door. Dad crouched. The leaves were damp. The rest of the yard was dry. Mom whispered Frank. He stood quickly. Everybody upstairs. We didn't argue. Dad stayed awake in the living room for the rest of the night. The next morning was Sunday. After breakfast, Dad went back to the smokehouse. Mom didn't want him to. He said he needed to see whether anything else had been left behind. He was gone maybe 20 minutes. When he returned, he carried a brown paper grocery sack. I knew immediately that he'd found something. He put the bag on the kitchen table. Mom asked, "What is it?" Dad didn't answer. He began removing items: a woman's purse, a broken pair of glasses, a plastic comb, a packet of tissues, one white glove, and a gray wig. The wig was full of leaves. I started crying. I didn't even understand why. Maybe seeing those things made the whole event too real. Until then, part of me had treated the woman like something from a nightmare. Those were ordinary objects, things a real person carried. Mom pulled me against her. I kept saying, "He hurt her." Dad told me we didn't know that. "Then why is her hair there?" "It's a wig. You know what I mean." He called the sheriff again. Another deputy came. He placed the items into separate bags and took them. Before leaving, he asked Dad if he was certain the woman had been wearing the wig. Dad looked at me. I said yes. I remembered her hair. It had been gray-brown and cut just below her ears. The wig on our table was the same color. The deputy asked, "What did her real hair look like underneath?" Nobody answered. We hadn't seen underneath. That bothered me for reasons I couldn't explain. Sunday afternoon remained quiet. By evening, I was beginning to think the worst was over. Then Patty found the comb. The police had taken the comb. I watched the deputy put it in a bag. At about 7, Patty came into the living room holding something. Whose is this? It was the same beige plastic comb. Several teeth were missing from one end. A brown hair was caught near the center. Dad took it from her. Where did you get this? Grandma's room. Nobody spoke. Dad went straight to the back room. We followed him. The dresser drawer where Mom had placed the brass bell was open. The bell sat on the bed. Beside it were 3 dead oak leaves. All 3 were standing upright on their edges, not lying flat. Standing, I know how impossible that sounds. They weren't balanced against anything. They remained upright for maybe 5 seconds after we entered. Then one fell. Then the next. Then the third. Dad backed out of the room. For the first time in my life, I saw genuine fear on his face. He shut Grandma's door. Then he pushed a kitchen chair underneath the knob. Mom said, "We're going to your brother's." Dad shook his head. "It's dark. I don't care. We're not putting 5 kids in the car and driving around country roads with that man out there. What if he comes here? I have the gun." Mom looked at Grandma's door. "I'm not talking about him." Dad had no response to that. We all slept downstairs that night. Dad put the children in the living room. Mom and I slept on blankets in the dining room. He stayed in a chair near the front door with the rifle across his knees. Nothing happened until around 1 in the morning. The bell rang from Grandma's room. One note. Everyone woke. Danny started crying. Dad stood. The bell rang again, then a third time. Mom said, "Don't open that door." Dad didn't move. The chair was still wedged underneath the knob. The bell rang again. This time it didn't stop. It shook continuously, a frantic metal ringing from behind the closed door. Dad raised the rifle, everybody into the kitchen. We moved. Dad backed toward us without taking his eyes off the hallway. The ringing stopped. Silence filled the house. Then, something touched the outside of Grandma's window. Tap, 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 the sound came through the wall beside us. Mom grabbed Danny. Dad aimed the flashlight through the kitchen window toward the backyard. Nothing. Then Carol screamed. I turned. A woman was standing in the dining room. She had not come through the kitchen. She had not come down the hallway. 1 second, the room had been empty. The next, she was beside the table. It was the woman from the smokehouse. She wore the same pale blue dress. The cream coat was gone. The line of dead leaves still clung to the right side of her body. Now I could see them better. They were caught in her hair, pressed against her cheek, stuck to her shoulder and arm, then continued all the way down the side of her dress. The right half of her clothing looked crushed flat. The other half hung normally. She wasn't wearing the wig. Her real hair was almost black. It had been cut very short. On the right side of her head, the hair lay completely smooth against her skull, as if she'd been sleeping on that side for a very long time. Dad shouted, "Don't move." The woman looked at him. Then she looked at me. Her expression wasn't angry. That somehow frightened me more. She seemed tired, almost sad. She walked toward the back hallway. Dad moved sideways to block her. "Lady, you need to leave." She stopped. Then the bell rang from behind Grandma's closed door. The woman smiled at me. My stomach dropped. She walked toward the room. Dad stepped in front of her. I said, "Stop." She grabbed the rifle barrel. Dad pulled back. The woman didn't let go. My father was a strong man. He worked with machinery all day and could carry things that took 2 other people to move. The woman looked frail. She couldn't have weighed more than 110 pounds. Yet Dad couldn't pull the rifle out of her hand. He shouted for Mom to get us outside. Mom pushed Danny and my sisters toward the kitchen door. I moved with them. Then I heard the brass bell again. My body stopped. I don't know why. Maybe because Grandma was connected to that sound so deeply in my mind. Maybe because I was 14 and still carrying the guilt of not answering her the night she died. The woman looked at me. Then she said something. Her voice was different from the one we'd heard outside. It was softer, older. Tomorrow? I couldn't breathe. That was all she said. One word. But I knew what she meant. I'll sit with you tomorrow. My promise to Grandma. I had never told anyone exactly what I said that night. Mom knew I'd gone to the football game. She knew I felt guilty. But she didn't know those exact words. The woman released the rifle. Dad stumbled backward. She moved toward me. Mom screamed, "Sarah, go." I tried. The woman reached me before I got through the kitchen doorway. Her hand closed around my wrist. It felt cold, but not like ice. More like touching metal that had been left outside overnight. I pulled away. Her grip tightened. The leaves along her arm shifted. They made a dry, whispering sound against my skin. She started dragging me toward Grandma's room. I screamed. Dad grabbed the woman from behind. She twisted without letting go of me. Dad slammed into the dining table. One of the chairs fell over. Mom grabbed me around the waist. For several seconds, all three of us were pulling in different directions. My shoulder felt like it was going to come out of its socket. The woman never shouted. She never even looked angry. She kept watching me. "Tomorrow," she said again. Then Grandma's bedroom door opened. The chair wedged beneath the knob scraped across the floor by itself. The door swung inward. The room was dark. The brass bell sat in the middle of the bed. It rang once. The woman pulled harder. My feet slid across the linoleum. I realized she was trying to get me into the room. Dad hit her wrist with the wooden stock of the rifle. Once, twice, on the third blow, she let go. I fell into Mom. Dad stepped between us. The woman looked down at her hand. One of the leaves had come loose. It dropped onto the floor. For the first time, her expression changed. She looked surprised. Then, angry. She moved toward Dad. He raised the rifle, but didn't fire. The woman struck him across the chest. Dad hit the wall hard enough to crack the plaster. Mom yelled for us to run. We went out the back door. I had no shoes on. Neither did Carol or Patty. The gravel cut my feet as we ran around the side of the house. Dad came out behind us. Mom was last. We crossed the front yard and went to our nearest neighbor's house. Their porch light came on before we reached the steps because of all the screaming. Mr. Harlan opened the door holding a shotgun. Dad called the sheriff from their telephone. Within 20 minutes, 2 deputies were at our house. They searched every room. No woman. They searched behind the smokehouse. No one. They checked under the porch. Nothing. One deputy walked the edge of the woods with a flashlight. He found no one there either. But the house was not undamaged. The dining room table had moved nearly 3 feet. A chair was broken. There was a long crack in the plaster where Dad had struck the wall. The hook on the back door had been bent almost straight. My dress sleeve was torn at the shoulder. Around my wrist were 5 deep marks. 4 on one side, 1 on the other. They looked exactly like finger pressure. Dad had a bruise forming across his chest. The strangest thing was Grandma's room. The iron bed frame had shifted away from the wall. There were scratches in the wooden floor beneath 2 of the legs. The brass bell was on the bed, and across Grandma's pillow was a neat row of dead oak leaves, 11 of them. The deputy counted. He picked one up. It was wet. There had been no rain that weekend. Mr. Harlan came inside after the police finished searching. He saw the leaves. He saw my wrist. He saw the torn door hardware. That mattered to me later because it meant the evidence was not only something my family remembered. Other people saw it. The sheriff's office took another statement from Dad. One deputy asked if the woman from the woods could somehow have entered our home. Dad asked him how. Every door had been locked. The back door had still been locked when we ran through it. The front door was bolted. No windows were open. The deputy didn't have an answer. He suggested we stay somewhere else for the rest of the night. We went to my uncle's house. None of us slept much. Early Monday morning, Mom left for work. Her shift started before 6. Dad planned to keep us home from school. Then he changed his mind because he thought keeping us on a normal routine might help. By 7, everyone was dressed. Our school bus stopped at the end of our driveway near the mailbox. You could see the stop from the front living room window. At about 7:15, the telephone rang. I answered it. Mom was calling from the grocery store. Her voice sounded strange. Sarah? Yes? Is your daddy there? He's in the kitchen. Get him. What's wrong? Just get him. I called Dad. He picked up the extension in the kitchen. Mom said something I couldn't hear. Dad went silent. Then he walked quickly into the living room. He didn't even hang up properly. I followed him. He pulled the curtain aside about an inch. His face changed. Nobody goes outside. I asked, why? He didn't answer. I pushed closer to the window. At the end of our driveway, beside the mailbox where the school bus stopped, was the dark green Pontiac. Its engine was running. The man from the woods sat behind the wheel. He wasn't looking toward the road. He was looking at our house. Then the rear passenger door opened. The back seat looked empty. For a second, nothing happened. Then a woman's hand appeared around the edge of the door. Dead oak leaves covered one side of her sleeve. The back door of the Pontiac was already open. A few years ago, 6 of us, who had been friends since secondary school, decided to rent a house together for New Year's Eve. We had grown up in a very rural part of northern England, where going to school meant being collected by buses that traveled through several villages before reaching the same comprehensive. When we were teenagers, seeing each other was easy because school forced us into the same place every day. Once we were adults, it became surprisingly difficult. By our late 20s, one friend lived nearly an hour west, another had moved closer to York, 2 were still near where we had grown up, and I was working in Leeds. Everybody had jobs, partners, different schedules, and the usual excuses. We still spoke regularly, but actually getting everyone together had become something that required planning weeks in advance. That particular year had also been difficult for me. My mother had died in March. She had been ill for a while, so her death was not unexpected, but knowing something is coming does not make it simple when it finally happens. She had pancreatic cancer and declined very quickly during the final months. I had spent much of that year going between work, hospital visits, my parents' house, and then later helping my father deal with everything she had left behind. The worst part was not the hospital. It was the ordinary things afterward. Her coat hanging behind the kitchen door. Her reading glasses beside the sofa. Half a packet of mints in the glove compartment of my father's car. Things that had no emotional importance until suddenly they were unbearable to look at. My mother had always been the person who organized family gatherings. Birthdays, Christmas, dinners, even casual Sunday lunches somehow happened because she called everyone and made them happen. After she died, I became strangely determined not to lose people. That was probably why I pushed hardest for the New Year's trip. I wanted all of us in one place. I wanted noise, food, music, and people sleeping on sofas. I wanted to enter the next year feeling as if something in my life was still intact. My friend Sophie found the property. It was a former vicarage on the edge of a small village in North Yorkshire, perhaps 40 minutes from where most of us had grown up. The listing photographs made it look perfect for a winter weekend. It was an old stone house beside a church, not immediately beside it, but close enough that the churchyard wall formed part of the property boundary. According to the listing, the vicarage dated from the mid-1800s. It had been renovated inside and rented out as holiday accommodation. There were 4 bedrooms, a large kitchen, a dining room, 2 sitting rooms, fireplaces, thick stone walls, and enough space that nobody would feel crowded. The only unusual part was the access. The house had no proper driveway from the main village road. You parked in a gravel area near the church hall, then walked through an old lich gate and along a paved path that crossed the edge of the churchyard. At the far side, a wooden gate opened into the vicarage garden. During the day, it was beautiful. At night, less so. The village itself consisted of perhaps 50 houses, a pub, the church, and a small post office that seemed to open whenever the owner felt like it. The church was older than the vicarage by several centuries. A graveyard surrounded it on 3 sides. Most of the graves near the main path were relatively modern, but along the rear wall were stones so weathered that you could barely read them. I am not particularly frightened of cemeteries. I never have been. Still, dragging a suitcase through one at 7:30 on a freezing December night feels different from walking through one on a sunny afternoon. There were 6 of us staying at the house. Me, Sophie, Hannah, Lucy, Megan, and Tom. We had known one another since we were about 12. Hannah and I had probably been closest during school, although we had drifted slightly in adulthood. She was the sort of person who hated anything supernatural. Not because she believed in it. Quite the opposite. She would leave the room if anyone started talking seriously about ghosts because she found the entire subject irritating. When we were teenagers, if someone claimed to have seen something unexplained, Hannah was always the first to point out the obvious explanation. Bad wiring, sleep paralysis, an animal, a reflection, someone trying to frighten you. That matters because of how she reacted that first night. We reached the village shortly before 7:30. It was already completely dark. The weather was cold but dry, and frost had begun forming on the grass around the church. We made several trips from the cars because we had brought far too much food and alcohol for 2 nights. The house looked warm when we approached it. Lights glowed behind the downstairs windows, and Sophie had already turned on several lamps after collecting the keys from a lockbox. Inside, the front door opened into a square entrance hall with dark stone tiles. A staircase rose directly ahead, turned at a half landing, then continued to the first floor. To the left of the entrance was the main sitting room, which faced the front garden and church wall. To the right was a smaller snug with an old fireplace and shelves full of mismatched books. A corridor beside the stairs led toward the back of the house. The dining room was halfway down on the left. The kitchen filled most of the rear. Beyond the kitchen was a narrow utility room with a boiler, washing machine, back door, and a second staircase that had once been used by servants. That rear staircase was much narrower than the main one and came up beside the bathroom on the first floor. Upstairs, the main staircase reached a long landing. 2 bedrooms faced the front, toward the church. Another bedroom sat at the back above the kitchen. The largest bedroom was farther along the landing and looked over the garden. At the very end was a little room the owner had turned into a reading room. It contained 1 armchair and a narrow window. The house had no attic access that guests could use. The owner's information folder said the loft door was locked. The floors upstairs were covered in old-looking carpet, although it was clearly modern reproduction. It was a dull green pattern with tiny gold shapes running through it. Hannah chose the smaller front bedroom. The room was directly above the snug. It had a double bed pushed against the left wall, a wardrobe opposite, and a low chest of drawers beneath the window. The corner between the wardrobe and window was empty. That was where she saw the woman. We had been inside perhaps 30 minutes. Most of us were downstairs, opening bottles, putting food into the fridge, and arguing about who had forgotten ice. I heard a scream from upstairs. Not somebody shouting because they had seen a spider. A real scream. A second later, there was a crash. All of us stopped talking. Then, Hannah screamed again. Tom reached the stairs first. I was behind him. We found Hannah in the bedroom she had chosen. She had backed herself into the corner beside the bed. Her suitcase was open on the floor. Clothes were scattered around it. She was crouched against the wall with both arms over her head. At first, I thought something had fallen on her. Tom kept asking, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Hannah wouldn't answer. She pointed toward the opposite corner. There was nothing there. Sophie checked behind the curtains. I opened the wardrobe, empty except for spare blankets and hangers. Hannah kept saying, "Get me out, get me out." We helped her downstairs. She was shaking badly enough that I had to hold the glass while she drank some water. Nobody pressured her for several minutes. Eventually, her breathing settled. I asked what she had seen. She stared at me. "There was a woman," Lucy asked. "Where? In that room?" "What woman?" "An old woman." Tom immediately asked whether she had seen somebody outside the window. Hannah shook her head. "She was inside." "Where?" "On the floor." She pointed toward the ceiling, meaning the bedroom above us. She was sitting in the corner. Nobody said anything. Sophie asked gently, "What did she look like?" Hannah wiped her face. Normal, that answer bothered me. "What do you mean normal?" "Like an old woman. 70, 80, I don't know." She described a cream cardigan, a dark blouse, brown trousers, and soft house slippers. Nothing old-fashioned. Nothing theatrical. She said the woman was sitting cross-legged in the empty corner between the wardrobe and window. "I thought she was real," Hannah said. "Like I thought we'd somehow come into the wrong house, or there was somebody staying here." She had been sitting on the carpet, unpacking. When she looked up, the woman was already there. Hannah had jumped and said something like, "Jesus, you scared me." The old woman looked at her. Then she snarled. That was the word Hannah used. Not screamed, not hissed. Snarled, she pulled her upper lip back and made a low sound from somewhere deep in her throat. Then Hannah noticed something else. Her hands. "What about them?" I asked. Hannah looked toward the doorway. There was carpet stuck to them. I assumed she meant dust or fluff. She shook her head. No, the actual carpet. She held up her palms. Green fibers coming out of her skin. That was the point where Tom stopped looking concerned and started looking doubtful. He asked whether Hannah had been drinking. She became furious. "I've had half a glass of wine." Nobody argued because we all knew that was true. We had arrived less than an hour earlier. Hannah had not taken drugs. She wasn't asleep. She had been in a brightly lit bedroom unpacking clothes. I asked what happened after the woman made the noise. Hannah said she screamed. She looked toward the doorway for us. When she looked back, the woman was gone. That should have calmed her. It didn't. She refused to return upstairs. Sophie offered to switch rooms. Hannah said she wasn't staying in the house. Not in another room. Not downstairs. Not with the lights on. She wanted to leave. We tried to talk her into waiting. It was winter. The roads were icy, and she had driven more than an hour to get there. She didn't care. Her hands were still shaking as she called her boyfriend. He couldn't collect her because he had already been drinking. Eventually, Tom offered to drive Hannah home because he had not had anything yet. While he brought the car closer to the church entrance, Sophie and I went upstairs to collect Hannah's belongings. I did not want to admit it, but entering that bedroom felt different after hearing her description. The bedside lamps were on. Nothing looked threatening. Her open suitcase remained on the floor. One jumper had landed near the wardrobe. I picked it up. Sophie packed toiletries from the dresser. Then she said, "Claire." I turned. She was staring at the empty corner. "What?" "Look at the carpet." I went over. There was a round depression in the pile. It was subtle. If we hadn't been looking, we probably wouldn't have noticed. The carpet appeared flattened in a rough oval, perhaps 2 feet across. Within that area were 2 deeper shapes facing each other. They looked like someone had been sitting cross-legged. I touched the carpet. It felt cold, not slightly cooler. Cold enough that I pulled my fingers away. Sophie tried it. Her expression changed. The window? We checked. Locked, the radiator beneath it was warm. The rest of the floor felt normal. Then I smelled something, a dusty, bitter scent. It reminded me of pulling up old carpet in my parents' house when I was a child. Old underlay, damp fabric, dust that had been sealed beneath furniture for years. Sophie opened the window for a minute. We packed quickly and went downstairs. Neither of us mentioned the depression to Hannah. She was already frightened enough. Tom drove her away at about 9:15. He returned just before 11. Hannah had made him take her all the way home. When he came back, we tried to salvage the evening. For the next hour, we managed. Music helped. So did alcohol. By midnight, we were laughing again. I remember thinking Hannah had probably frightened herself because the room was unfamiliar. Maybe the carpet had been compressed by a chair that had recently been removed. Maybe she had seen a pile of clothes in the corner, and her brain had completed the shape. I wanted that explanation to be true. At 12, we opened champagne. We watched fireworks through the kitchen windows from somewhere farther across the valley. Everyone hugged. Someone put music on far too loudly. For about 20 minutes, the house felt completely ordinary. Then, the lights in the kitchen flickered. Once, twice, the music stopped. Sophie groaned. "Don't do this." The speaker had lost power. The ceiling lights remained on. Tom checked the plug. Nothing seemed wrong. Then we heard something upstairs, a short dragging sound. It came from the front of the house, directly above the snug, Hannah's room. Nobody spoke. The sound came again. "Scrape, pause, scrape," Megan said. "Could be the radiator." Tom replied, "That's not a radiator." We listened. The noise moved across the bedroom, slowly as if someone was dragging something heavy over the floor. Then it stopped. I don't know why we went upstairs. I wish I could say we stayed downstairs, locked the doors, and behaved sensibly. But 5 adults in a well-lit holiday house react differently than one frightened person alone. We had also been drinking. Not enough to be drunk, but enough to make embarrassment stronger than fear. Tom went first. I followed with Sophie. Megan and Lucy remained at the bottom of the stairs. The door to Hannah's room was closed. We had left it open. Tom noticed too. "Did you shut that?" "No." He opened it. The bedroom was empty. Nothing had moved. Then Sophie pointed toward the corner. The indentation in the carpet was deeper, much deeper. The fibers had been crushed almost flat. And beside the depression, running toward the center of the room, were 5 narrow tracks. Not scratches. Lines where the carpet pile had been pulled in one direction. Each began at the edge of the oval and extended perhaps 18 inches. They reminded me of finger marks. Tom crouched. Something heavy was here. "Like what?" Sophie asked. He didn't answer. I looked at the wardrobe. One door was slightly open. I remembered closing it while packing Hannah's things. I reached for it. The moment my hand touched the handle, a low sound came from inside. We all heard it. A rough breath. I stepped back. Tom yanked the door open. Blankets, hangers, nothing else. But the smell hit us immediately. Old carpet, dust, and something sour beneath it. We left the room. This time, Tom closed the door. Nobody joked when we returned downstairs. At about 1, Megan suggested calling the property owner. Sophie said there was nothing to tell him. What would we say? A friend saw somebody who wasn't there, and now the carpet looks strange? We checked all the exterior doors instead. The front door was locked. The kitchen back door was locked. The utility door to the garden was bolted. The ground floor windows were latched. Nobody could have entered without us knowing. We decided to sleep downstairs. There were 2 sofas and several chairs, and most of us had brought sleeping bags anyway. Nobody wanted Hannah's room. Nobody particularly wanted the other upstairs rooms either. I took the smaller sofa in the sitting room. Sophie slept on the other. Tom stayed in the snug. Lucy and Megan used sleeping bags on the floor. At around 3:30, I woke because someone was knocking. 3 gentle taps. I opened my eyes. The room was dark except for the dying fire. Tap, tap, tap. I thought it was the front door. Then the sound came again. Above me. From the ceiling. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. Sophie stirred. What's that? I don't know. The knocks moved across the ceiling. Not footsteps. Knuckles, 3 taps above the fireplace. Then above the sofa. Then directly over my head. I sat up. The ceiling was below the front bedroom beside Hannah's. Tap, tap, tap. My mother used to knock that way on my bedroom door. Always 3 times. Never 2. Never 4. It had been one of those tiny habits I'd almost forgotten. For a few seconds, grief overpowered common sense. I stared upward. The knocking came again. 3 soft taps. Claire? Sophie whispered. I didn't answer. Something about the rhythm made my chest ache. My mother had knocked like that during her illness when she was too weak to open doors without warning. 3 little knocks. Then she'd say, only me. I stood. Sophie grabbed my wrist. Where are you going? To check. No, it's probably Tom. Tom's in the other room. I knew that. Still, I walked toward the hall. Sophie followed. The main staircase was dark. I switched on the light. Nothing, then I heard it from upstairs. 3 taps. From my bedroom door. Not Hannah's. Mine, I had chosen the largest rear bedroom. Nobody had been in there since I brought my bags down before sleeping. I climbed the stairs. Sophie stayed 2 steps behind me. At the landing, the house felt different. The air was colder, not freezing, just enough that my arms tightened. We reached my bedroom. The door was closed. I had left it open. 3 taps came from the other side. I stopped breathing. Sophie whispered, "Don't open it." Then a woman's voice said, very softly, "Only me." My knees nearly gave out. It sounded like my mother, not vaguely similar. Her, the same flat Yorkshire accent, the same gentle tone, the exact phrase. I reached toward the handle before Sophie slapped my hand away. "Claire," I looked at her. Her face was white. "That isn't your mom." Hearing someone else say it broke the spell. We backed away. From behind the door came a low growl, the same kind of sound Hannah had described. Then something hit the door from inside. Once, hard enough to shake the frame. We ran downstairs. Everyone woke. Tom wanted to know what had happened. I told him. For the first time, I also explained the knocking pattern. I had not told anyone about it earlier. Sophie confirmed the voice. She had met my mother several times. She said it sounded exactly like her. At that point, we agreed to leave at daylight. Nobody slept again. We kept every downstairs light on. At 6:30, the sky began to lighten. Nothing else happened. By 8, frost covered the churchyard. The house seemed normal again. That morning feeling was almost insulting. Everything that had terrified us at night became easier to question in daylight. We made coffee. Tom cooked bacon. Megan even laughed about how ridiculous we looked sitting together with coats on indoors. Then Lucy went upstairs to use the bathroom. She came back down 2 minutes later. Someone needs to see this. We followed her. The door to Hannah's bedroom stood open. None of us had opened it. Inside, the carpet had been torn. The oval depression remained in the corner, but now several thick strands of green fibre had been pulled completely free. They stretched across the floor in 5 uneven lines. At the end of each line was a small dark stain. Tom touched one. Blood. It wasn't much. Just several reddish-brown spots. Then, Megan noticed something under the bed. A fingernail. A human fingernail, not a false nail. A yellowed piece of actual nail with a strip of skin still attached. Nobody touched it. We photographed everything. Sophie called the property owner. He sounded annoyed until she mentioned blood. He arrived about 40 minutes later with a man who looked after maintenance. They inspected the bedroom. The owner claimed the carpet had been perfect before our stay. He had photographs from the cleaning company taken 2 days earlier. The carpet in those pictures was completely undamaged. The maintenance man checked under the floorboards from the room below. No animals, no pipes that could explain the cold patch, no access space. The owner asked whether one of us had damaged the room while drunk. We denied it. Then he saw the nail. His attitude changed. He placed it in a tissue and put it inside a plastic food bag. I don't know what he did with it afterward. We packed quickly. I thought the nightmare was ending. Then I noticed my overnight bag was missing. I had left it in the rear bedroom upstairs. It contained my purse, medication, and car keys. I couldn't simply abandon it. Tom offered to come with me. Sophie did too. We went upstairs together. My bedroom door remained closed, the same door from behind which we had heard my mother's voice. Tom opened it. The room looked normal. My bag sat beside the bed. I grabbed it. Then I noticed something on the duvet, a small photograph. I knew it before I picked it up. It was a photograph of my mother. She was standing in our old kitchen wearing a red jumper, holding a Christmas pudding and laughing at something outside the frame. I carried that photo in my purse. It normally lived behind my driving license. I opened my purse. The plastic slot was empty. I had not taken the picture out. I showed Sophie. She stared at it. Put it away. I tried. Before I could, the wardrobe door opened. Slowly, no one was near it. The smell of old carpet filled the room. Tom stepped toward the wardrobe. I told him not to. Something moved in the corner behind us. Sophie screamed. The old woman was sitting on the floor, cross-legged, exactly where Hannah had described her. For half a second, my brain refused to understand what I was seeing. She looked ordinary. That was what made her terrible. She wore a beige cardigan over a dark green blouse and brown trousers. Her slippers were faded blue. Her hair was short and gray. Her face had deep lines around the mouth. She could have been someone's grandmother waiting in a doctor's surgery. Then I saw her hands. They rested palms down on her knees. Green carpet fibres protruded from the skin of every fingertip. Not stuck to them, growing through them. Long threads passed under her nails and disappeared into the carpet beneath her. Whenever she moved a finger, the floor covering tightened around it. There were fibers in her knees, too. Thin green strands entered the fabric of her trousers and connected her to the flattened patch below. She looked at me. Her eyes moved to the photograph in my hand. Then she smiled. "Only me," she said. My mother's voice. I dropped the photograph. The woman's smile disappeared. Her lips drew back. She made the snarling sound. Tom grabbed my arm. Out we backed toward the door. The old woman put both hands flat against the carpet. The fibers between her fingers pulled tight. The bedroom door slammed shut. Tom reached it first. The handle wouldn't move. He pulled harder. Nothing. Sophie screamed for the others downstairs. We heard feet running toward us. The old woman began uncrossing her legs. I had expected her to stand. She didn't. She moved forward on her hands and knees, very slowly. Every time one palm lifted, strands of carpet stretched upward with it. Some snapped. Others pulled free from the floor and remained hanging from her skin. Her slippers dragged behind her. She did not blink. Tom kicked the door. Once, twice, someone on the other side was trying the handle. The old woman came closer. I grabbed the bedside lamp. It was the only thing within reach. Stay back. The words sounded ridiculous. She continued toward me, her mouth opened. My mother spoke through it. You said you'd come back tomorrow. That sentence froze me. During my mother's final week in hospital, I had promised to visit on a Thursday evening. Work ran late. I called my father and said I was exhausted and would go the next morning. My mother died before dawn. I had spent months telling myself it didn't matter because she had been heavily sedated. I didn't know whether she even realized I wasn't there. But the last thing I had said to my father that evening was, "Tell her I'll come tomorrow." I had never told Sophie. I had barely admitted it to myself. The old woman reached for me. I stepped backward. My heel caught the edge of the rug beside the bed. I fell. The lamp hit the wall and shattered. The woman moved much faster. One moment, she was several feet away. The next, her hand closed around my ankle. Pain shot through my leg. The carpet fibers in her fingers scraped my skin like coarse wire. I kicked. Her grip tightened. Tom grabbed me under the arms. Sophie pulled at my jacket. The woman dragged me toward the corner. I screamed. The bedroom door shook as Lucy and Megan pushed from the hallway. Tom yelled at them to keep trying. The old woman's fingers dug into my ankle. I could feel individual nails. Then something beneath the carpet moved. A raised line traveled from the corner toward me. It looked like a rope being pulled underneath the floor covering. It reached my other leg. The carpet lifted around my calf. For a second, it tightened like a strap. I panicked. I kicked the old woman in the face. Her head snapped sideways. It felt like kicking a real person. Bone, skin, weight. She released a sound that was half growl and half gasp. Tom pulled me several feet toward the door. The raised carpet line tightened around my shoe. My trainer came off. The woman grabbed it and pulled it toward herself. Then she looked at me again. Her face changed. Not into my mother's face. That never happened. But the expression became hers. The particular hurt expression Mum used when she was trying not to argue, that was worse. "Tomorrow," she said. I screamed back, "You're not her." The room became completely silent. The woman's head tilted. Behind us, the bedroom door opened. Not because the others forced it. It simply released. Tom dragged me into the hallway. Sophie followed. The doors slammed behind us. We ran downstairs. Nobody tried to retrieve my shoe. We went straight outside. The property owner was still near the kitchen talking on his phone. He saw my ankle and stopped. There were 5 deep red lines around it. Bits of green carpet fiber were stuck in the skin. One had gone deep enough that Tom had to pull it free with tweezers later. The strange thing was the temperature. The fibers were freezing cold, not cool. Cold enough that when Sophie held one between her fingers, she dropped it almost immediately. The owner went upstairs with the maintenance man. We told them not to. They ignored us. They returned within minutes. Neither had seen a woman. But the room was damaged. The carpet had been pulled loose from the corner and torn from its gripper rods. My missing trainer was sitting in the center of the flattened oval. 5 long scratches marked the side. There was also blood on the carpet. Mine, the property owner, stopped suggesting we had imagined anything. He offered to refund the entire weekend. We didn't care about the money. We left. I rode home in Sophie's car because my hands were shaking too badly to drive. For the next few weeks, I tried not to think about the vicarage. My ankle bruised badly. The scratches stayed visible for almost a month. I went to a walk-in center because one became red and swollen. I told the nurse I had caught my leg on damaged flooring. That was technically true. Sophie still had photographs of the wounds. Tom had taken pictures of the damaged carpet. Lucy had photographed the blood and fingernail before the owner arrived. So when people later suggested we had all frightened ourselves because Hannah had planted the idea in our heads, I could at least point to physical damage. Something happened in that room. I don't know what. Hannah refused to discuss it. We told her only part of what happened after she left. When Sophie mentioned the green fevers, Hannah started crying and asked us to stop. She has never stayed in a holiday cottage with us again. For months afterward, I couldn't think about my mother without hearing that thing imitate her voice. That was probably the lasting damage. Before the vicarage, I missed Mum. Afterward, I became afraid of missing her too much. I stopped listening to saved voicemails. I packed away several recordings. When grief hit me unexpectedly, I tried to shut it down because some part of me had become convinced that wanting someone back could make you vulnerable to something that knew how to use the shape of them. I understood that wasn't rational. It didn't matter. The fear remained. About 6 months later, I finally listened to one of Mum's old messages again. It was completely normal. She reminded me to buy milk before visiting. At the end, she laughed because my father said something in the background. I cried for nearly an hour. But nothing happened. That helped. Eventually, I could hear her voice without thinking about the bedroom. A year passed. Then, 2. The vicarage became one of those stories our group rarely discussed. Tom occasionally made a joke about the world's worst New Year's rental, but never when Hannah was present. Sophie searched for the property online once. The holiday listing had disappeared. We never found out whether the same owner still had it. I assumed that was the end. Then, about 3 years later, my father decided to sell the house where I had grown up. Going through Mum's belongings was hard, but by then I was able to do it. I took several boxes home. One contained old photographs, greeting cards, notebooks, and letters. At the bottom, I found an envelope from the hospital. Inside were Mum's personal effects from the last admission. Her watch, a ring, a hair clip, a few coins, and one small strip of green fabric. At first, I assumed it was part of a hospital blanket. Then I touched it. It was carpet. The exact same dull green color as the vicarage floor. Tiny gold shapes were woven through it. I sat at my kitchen table, staring at it. There was no sensible reason for it to be there. My mother died months before we rented that cottage. She had never been to that village as far as I knew. I called my father. He didn't know what I was talking about. He said he had never opened the hospital envelope. It had gone directly into a box after the funeral. I threw the carpet strip away, not in my kitchen bin. I walked it outside and put it in the communal rubbish container behind my building. Then I went back upstairs. Nothing happened. I told myself it was coincidence. Maybe that pattern had been common. Maybe the hospital used similar carpet. I almost believed that. The following morning, the strip was on my bedroom floor. It lay beside the bed. I did not touch it. I called Sophie. She came over before work. She saw it. She remembered the pattern immediately. We put it in a freezer bag without touching it directly. Sophie took it with her and threw it away several miles from my flat. It never came back. For a long time, nothing else happened. I got married. I moved house twice. My father died several years later, and although that brought back some of the same grief, nothing unusual happened. I began to think the entire thing was finally behind me. Then last winter, Hannah contacted me. We still speak, but not as often as we once did. Her message simply said, "Call me when you can." I rang her that evening. She sounded frightened. For several minutes, she talked around whatever she wanted to say. Finally, she asked, "Do you remember exactly what she looked like?" I knew immediately who she meant. Yes, her hands? I felt cold. Yes, Hannah told me her daughter was 12 now. A few nights earlier, her daughter had come into Hannah's bedroom because she couldn't sleep. She said there was an old woman sitting on her bedroom floor. Hannah initially assumed her daughter had dreamed it. Then the girl described the woman. Normal clothes, gray hair, sitting cross-legged. Hannah asked what the woman had been doing. Her daughter said, "Nothing. She just looked angry." Then she added something that made Hannah call me. She had bits of carpet coming out of her fingers. I didn't know what to say. Hannah had never told her children about the vicarage. She barely told her husband. Her daughter had no way of knowing that detail. I asked whether anything else had happened. Hannah said no. She had moved her daughter into another bedroom for the night. The following morning, they checked the room together. There was a flattened oval in the carpet near the wardrobe. Hannah sent me a photograph. Her house doesn't have green carpet. The bedroom floor is pale gray. But in the center of the flattened area were several dark green fibers, the same color as the vicarage. I told her to leave the room alone. She called her husband. He inspected the window and loft space. Everything was secure. They removed the carpet from the bedroom completely a week later. The fitter found nothing underneath, except normal floorboards. Hannah said things had been quiet since then. I wanted to believe that meant it was over. 3 nights ago, I woke because somebody knocked on my bedroom door. 3 times. I live alone now. I stayed in bed. The knocks came again. 3 gentle taps. I didn't answer. After nearly a minute, I heard my mother's voice in the hallway. Only me. I still didn't move. There was silence for a long time. Then something rubbed slowly across the carpet outside my door. I waited until morning. When I finally opened it, the hallway was empty. But the carpet outside my bedroom had been pressed flat into the shape of someone sitting cross-legged. My husband Graham and I have always traveled differently from most of our friends. We are not really resort people. Give us a small rental car, somewhere quiet to sleep, and a road we have never driven before, and we are happy. That was why, when we went to New Zealand, we spent very little time in the bigger cities. We wanted to see the countryside. So we rented a car and moved between small guest houses, cabins, farm stays, and cheap holiday cottages. Most of that trip was wonderful. There was only one place I wish we had never found. This happened on the South Island. I will not give the exact location because the property was privately owned, and as far as I know, the family who had it at the time did nothing wrong. It was somewhere inland, several hours from Christchurch, in an area of open farmland with low hills in the distance. The nearest proper town was roughly 40 minutes away. There was a smaller settlement closer than that, but it consisted of little more than a petrol station, a closed general store, several houses, and a pub that only seemed to open in the evening. The cottage itself was down a long gravel road. It had originally been accommodation for workers on a sheep station. The owner no longer kept livestock on that particular part of the property, and the little house had been renovated for travelers. It was not luxurious, That was part of why we liked it. The building was a single-story weatherboard cottage painted an off-white color. A shallow porch ran along the front. The front door opened directly into a combined sitting room and kitchen. There was an old wood burner in one corner, a sofa facing it, a small dining table, and a simple kitchen along the back wall. A short passage beside the refrigerator led to the bedroom and bathroom. The bedroom was on the northern side of the house. It had one double bed, two bedside tables, a wardrobe, and a window facing an empty paddock. At the rear of the kitchen was a narrow utility room, probably added decades after the original structure. It contained a washing machine, cleaning supplies, a second refrigerator, and the back door. That rear entrance opened onto 3 concrete steps. Beyond them was nothing but grass. There were no sheds attached to the cottage, no trees close enough for branches to touch it, no fence directly behind the house. The nearest tree was probably 30 meters away. I remember that because Graham and I discussed it several times later. We arrived in the middle of the afternoon. The owner, a man named Peter, met us there to hand over the key. He was in his 60s, friendly, and clearly used to tourists asking questions. He showed us how to work the wood burner, warned us that the mobile signal came and went, and pointed out a torch in the kitchen drawer in case the power failed. He also mentioned that the nearest neighbor was more than a kilometer away. "Quiet enough for you?" he asked. Graham looked through the kitchen window at the empty land. "Perfect," Peter laughed. "People say that the first night. By the second, they usually want television." There was a television, but it only received a few channels. We told him we would survive. Before he left, he showed us a number taped beside the refrigerator. "If anything goes wrong with the plumbing or power, ring that. If you can't get me, drive back toward the main road until your phone finds signal." He left around 4. For the next few hours, nothing unusual happened. We unpacked. Graham made tea. I sat outside on the porch for a while because the weather was much warmer than I expected. The land around us looked almost unreal in the evening light. Long grass moved in the breeze, and the distant hills seemed to change color every few minutes. It was one of those places where you become aware of how much constant noise exists in normal life. No traffic, no aircraft, no people talking outside. Even when the wind dropped, you could hear insects in the grass. I should explain something about myself before I get to what happened that night. My younger brother Neil died 6 years before that trip. He was 24. I was 27. Neil had been the loud one in our family. He was always tapping something. Tables, windows, steering wheels, the side of his leg. He played drums for a while when we were teenagers, although I don't think he ever became particularly good. The annoying part was that he didn't need actual drums. He could turn anything into one. If we were sitting in a restaurant, he would start with his fingers against the table. If he came to my bedroom door when we still lived with our parents, he had a particular knock. 2 quick hits. A pause. 3 more. Another pause. Then 2. I can still hear it. It was his way of telling me it was him before coming in. That pattern became a family joke. My father sometimes copied it. I used to shout at Neil to stop because he would do it repeatedly until I opened the door. The night he died, Neil rang me several times. We had argued earlier that week over money. Nothing serious enough to matter now. At the time, it mattered to me. He had borrowed some money, promised to repay it, then spent part of his wages on a weekend away with friends. I told him he was irresponsible. He told me I behaved more like a parent than a sister. We went several days without speaking. On the Friday night, he went drinking in town. At around 11:30, he called me. I saw his name on my phone. I ignored it. He called again. I let it stop. Then he sent a message asking if I could collect him because the person who was supposed to drive had left early. I was already in bed. I was still annoyed. I replied that he should get a taxi. He said he did not have enough cash. I told him to ask one of his friends. A few minutes later, he sent another message. I can still remember the exact wording because I kept that old phone for years. Fine, I can walk. That was the last thing he ever sent me. He started walking along a road without a proper pavement. A car hit him about 20 minutes later. The driver stopped. It was not a hit and run. There was no mystery, no crime, just a stupid combination of darkness, alcohol, bad timing, and one person being in the wrong place. None of that changed the fact that if I had got out of bed and driven 15 minutes, my brother would probably still be alive. People told me not to think that way. They told me I couldn't have known. All of that is logically true. Guilt is not especially interested in logic. For several years after his death, I couldn't stand repetitive tapping. If someone drummed their fingers on a desk, I became irritated instantly. I never explained why. Graham knew, of course. He had met Neil several times before we married. He also knew about the final message. We rarely discussed it by the time we went to New Zealand. I thought I had learned to live with it. That evening at the cottage, after Peter left, Graham found 2 old wooden spoons in a drawer and began tapping one against the other while he cooked. Not Neil's rhythm, just random noise. I asked him to stop. He did immediately. Sorry, it's fine. He gave me the kind of look that meant he understood it wasn't completely fine, but he didn't push. We ate around 7. After dinner, we opened a bottle of wine and played cards at the small kitchen table. The sun took a long time to disappear. By 9, the sky outside the windows had finally turned dark. That was when I first noticed how isolated the cottage really was. During daylight, the empty fields had seemed peaceful. At night, the windows became black rectangles. There were no street lamps. No lights from nearby homes, nothing moving beyond the glass. Graham closed the bedroom curtains before we went to bed. We left one small outside light burning above the front porch. There was no light above the rear entrance. At around 10:30, we were both reading in bed. A little later, Graham put his book down and went to sleep. I continued for perhaps another 15 minutes. Then I switched off my lamp. I don't know how long I slept before the first noise woke me. It was not loud. A single dull contact against the outside wall. I opened my eyes. The room was dark. For several seconds, I wasn't even sure I had heard anything. Then it came again. A light, deliberate knock. The sound was coming from the wall beside my side of the bed. Not the window. Lower down. Maybe waist height if someone had been standing outside. I turned toward Graham. He was asleep. I waited. There were 2 soft knocks close together. Then silence. My stomach tightened. I reached over and touched Graham's shoulder. Graham, he made a tired sound. Wake up. What? Listen, he lifted his head. Nothing happened. What am I listening to? There was something outside. He stayed quiet. A few seconds passed. Then we heard it. 3 measured contacts against the weatherboards. Graham sat up. Branch? There aren't any branches. He seemed to remember that at the same moment I said it. We both looked toward the curtain. Another sound followed. 2 knocks. I felt every muscle in my shoulders tighten. Graham whispered. Was that yes? Neither of us finished the sentence. The sequence had been incomplete at first. Neil's old pattern. I told myself it was coincidence. It had to be. 7 knocks arranged in a familiar rhythm are still just 7 knocks. A bird could hit the wall. Something loose could move in the wind. Timber could contract as the temperature dropped. There were 100 explanations more sensible than the one forming in my mind. Graham got out of bed. I grabbed his wrist. "Where are you going?" "To look through the kitchen window. Don't go outside." I wasn't planning to. He pulled on his trousers and took the torch from his bag. I followed him into the kitchen. The cottage was completely quiet. The front porch light showed part of the grass on that side. Nothing moved. Graham went to the front window and looked out without opening the curtain fully. No one. What about the side? "I can't see the bedroom wall from here." He moved toward the utility room. I stopped him. "The back door doesn't have a window." "I know." He switched on the kitchen light instead. We stood there listening. For maybe a minute, nothing happened. Then there was a faint sound from outside, not against the wall, farther away. A low thump. A pause. Another, then several more. It sounded like someone playing a hand drum in the distance. Not music exactly, just a slow beat. I remember looking at Graham and saying, "What is that?" He opened his mouth, then closed it. The sound came from somewhere beyond the rear of the cottage. It was difficult to judge the distance. Sometimes it seemed hundreds of meters away. Then a stronger beat made it feel much closer. I thought of a bongo or some other small drum being struck with a palm. Graham checked his phone. No signal. Mine had one weak bar, then lost it. "Could be someone on another property," he said. "At midnight? I don't know what time it is." I checked. 12:18. Neither of us laughed. The distant rhythm stopped. For several minutes, we remained in the kitchen. Eventually, Graham said, "Let's go back to bed." I didn't want to. At the same time, I didn't want to sit in a chair until sunrise because something had knocked on an exterior wall. That felt ridiculous. We returned to the bedroom. Graham left the door open so we could see the glow from the kitchen light. Neither of us slept. The next noise came maybe 20 minutes later. This time it struck the bedroom window. Not the glass. The wooden frame. One sharp knock. I jumped. Then another landed on the weatherboard beside it. A third came from farther along the wall. Something was moving. Very slowly. From the rear corner of the cottage toward the front, each contact was separated by several seconds. Knock, a pause, then another farther away. It traveled past our room, across the outside of the sitting area, toward the porch. Graham got out of bed again. "Stay here. No chance." We went into the main room. The porch light remained on. Our front curtain was thick, but a narrow gap existed beside the frame. Graham looked through it. I stayed several feet behind him. His posture changed. "What?" He didn't answer. "Graham, there's something by the porch." My mouth went dry. "Someone? I can't tell." That was not the answer I wanted. He shifted slightly. "It's near the edge of the light." I moved closer. He tried to stop me. I looked anyway. The porch covered only the front of the cottage. The light above the door illuminated the steps and perhaps 6 feet of grass beyond them. At the far edge of that glow stood a person. The figure was not close enough for me to see a face. I could make out trousers, a long-sleeved shirt, a narrow body. At first, I thought it might be a farmer or someone whose vehicle had broken down. Then I noticed that the person was facing the house, but standing with both arms held slightly away from the body. The hands were turned toward us. Even from that distance, something caught the light at the ends of the fingers. Small, dark shapes. For one strange second, I thought the person was wearing gloves with metal pieces attached. Then the figure moved one hand. The fingertips touched one another. A faint clicking sound reached us through the glass. Graham closed the curtain. "Right." His voice was low. "We're not opening anything." I nodded. He went straight to the front door and checked the lock. The deadbolt was secure. Then he moved through the kitchen, and tested the back entrance. Locked. All the windows were shut. The bathroom window was too small for an adult to enter through anyway. Graham picked up the heavy iron poker from beside the wood burner. I found the largest kitchen knife. Neither of us felt brave. We just wanted something in our hands. Graham said, if it's a person, we stay inside and call police as soon as we have signal. What if they try to come in? Then we make enough noise to wake half of New Zealand. I almost laughed. It came out as a shaky breath instead. We heard the tapping again. This time it came from the front door. 2 quick knocks. Graham looked at me. I couldn't take my eyes off the wood. The pattern repeated. Exactly the same. Then nothing. My throat felt tight. Graham whispered, "You never told anyone here about Neil." "No, Peter? Anyone at all?" I had not even mentioned my brother during the trip. There was no possible connection between him and that cottage. The person outside tapped again. Same pattern. My eyes began burning. I hated myself for reacting emotionally because I knew that was probably the point. Even then, part of me understood that whatever stood on the porch was using something familiar. I didn't believe it was Neil. I want to be clear about that. But grief has weaknesses. You can know something is impossible and still feel your body respond before your mind catches up. I thought of him outside my bedroom when we were teenagers. The exact rhythm. The way he would grin when I opened the door. The person on the porch repeated it. Then a voice spoke. Not Neil's voice. That might have been easier. It was too quiet to identify as male or female. I can walk. Every part of me went cold. Graham grabbed my arm before I realized I had moved closer to the door. No, I looked at him. Those had been Neil's last words to me. Fine, I can walk. The sentence from outside was not exact. That somehow made it worse, as if whoever was there had only taken the part that mattered. Graham pulled me back toward the kitchen. Bedroom, why? Because there are fewer windows. He was right. The main room had 3, the bedroom had 1. We moved down the short hall. Before we reached the doorway, something hit the front wall. Hard, the whole cottage shuddered. I screamed. Another impact struck near the porch. Then a third hit the side. Not tapping anymore. Something was moving around the building and hitting the weatherboards with enough force to rattle dishes in the kitchen. Graham shut the bedroom door. There was no lock on it. He pushed the bedside table against it anyway. We sat on the floor between the bed and wardrobe. The distant drumming started again. This time it sounded closer. A deep beat from the paddock. Then another from a different direction. I couldn't work out whether there were several drums or one sound echoing strangely across the fields. The cottage seemed to respond. A soft knock on the northern wall. A beat outside. A knock by the window. Another beat. They began answering one another. Graham kept the poker across his knees. I held the knife so tightly my hand hurt. Then the air in the room changed. The easiest way I can describe it is pressure. My ears didn't pop, but I felt the same fullness you get during a flight when the plane is descending. The room also became warmer. Not hot, just close and stale. The window glass fogged from the inside. Graham noticed. Why is it doing that? I didn't know. The outside temperature was cool enough for condensation, but the glass had been clear minutes earlier. A shape passed across it. We both stopped breathing. The curtain was closed. Whatever moved outside blocked the faint light around the edges. It stopped directly in front of the window. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then one fingertip pressed against the glass. I could see its shape through the curtain because the fabric was thin enough for the porch glow to show through from around the corner. The end of the finger looked round. Too round. A small, dark oval touched the pane. Another appeared beside it. Then, another. 4 fingertips rested against the outside of the window. Each ended in something like a cap. Not a fingernail, something thicker. The person slowly dragged them downward. 4 different notes came from the glass. High, lower, lower again. Then a dull final contact. It sounded almost musical. I covered my mouth. Graham stood. I whispered, "Don't." He stayed near the bed but raised the poker. The 4 shapes disappeared. A moment later, the bedroom wall behind us produced Neil's rhythm. The knocks were directly behind my head. I moved away from the wall. Something scraped along the weatherboards. Then the person began circling the cottage again. We could hear the contact travel around the structure, past the bedroom, toward the front, across the kitchen side, then the rear. It stopped at the utility room door. The handle moved. We heard the metal lever press downward. Graham looked at me. The handle returned to position, then moved again. Whoever stood outside was testing it. The lock held. There was a pause. The deep drumming in the field stopped too. Silence settled over everything. We waited. Nothing a minute passed. Then another. Graham whispered, "Maybe they've gone." I shook my head. I don't know why. I simply knew they had not. Then the washing machine in the utility room shifted across the floor. It made a heavy scraping noise. Both of us jumped. Something struck the back door. Once, the wood cracked. Graham stood. "We need to get out the front." "What?" "If that door gives, we go the other way." He moved the bedside table aside. We entered the hallway. Another blow hit the rear entrance. The kitchen wall trembled. Graham told me to get my shoes. They were beside the sofa. I ran to them. The front door was only a few feet away. I could see the deadbolt. The porch outside looked empty through the tiny glass panel above it. I pulled my shoes on without tying them. Graham came behind me. Then, the back door burst inward. Not completely. The upper latch tore away from the frame, but the lower bolt held. The door opened perhaps 4 inches. A hand came through. I have spent years trying to describe that hand without making it sound more dramatic than it was. The skin looked human, weathered, dirty around the knuckles. The person outside could have been an older farm worker. What was wrong were the fingertips. Each one ended in a smooth, dark cap that covered the nail and wrapped partly around the pad. They looked a little like thimbles, except they weren't metal. The surface was dull brown black, almost like horn or polished hoof. Each cap was a different width. The index finger had the smallest. The middle one was broad. The little finger ended in a narrow oval. The hand reached through the gap. It felt around blindly. Graham slammed his shoulder against the door. The arm disappeared. He pushed harder. For a moment, the opening narrowed. Then several capped fingers curled around the edge from outside. They struck the wood as they found purchase. Different notes. Click, clack, a dull knock. The person pulled. Graham shouted. The door opened another inch. I ran over and pushed beside him. We were both trying to force it shut. Whoever stood on the other side was stronger than both of us. The gap widened. I saw part of a face. Not enough to describe the whole person. One eye, a cheek, a section of forehead. The face looked male and perhaps in its late 50s. The visible eye was not black or glowing or anything ridiculous like that. It looked normal. That was almost worse. The man's gaze wasn't focused on Graham. He was looking past him, at me. Then he smiled. His teeth were ordinary. I remember that detail because I had expected something impossible. Instead, he looked like a tired person standing in bad light. His free hand appeared in the gap. All 5 dark finger caps clicked against the door. Then he spoke. Should have answered. I stopped pushing. Only for a second. Graham noticed immediately. Laura. The man pulled the door wider. His hand shot through and caught Graham's sleeve. Graham yelled. The dark fingertips closed around his forearm. The fabric tightened. I grabbed him around the waist. The stranger pulled from outside. Graham's shoulder hit the frame. One of the horn-like caps dug into his wrist. I could see skin dent beneath it. Graham struck the hand with the iron poker. Once, the grip stayed closed. He hit it again. There was a sharp crack. The stranger released him. Something small dropped onto the utility room floor. Graham slammed the door. I pushed the lower bolt deeper into place. Outside, the man made no sound. No shout. No cry. Nothing. Then the drumming returned. One heavy beat. Very close. The door jumped in its frame. Another beat. A stronger impact followed. Graham grabbed my shoulders. Front now, we ran. I reached the front door. The deadbolt turned. The handle worked. I opened it. The porch was empty. Our car was parked about 20 meters away beside the gravel track. The porch light illuminated the path. I could see no one between us and the vehicle. Graham looked back toward the kitchen. Another strike hit the rear door. We go. We ran. I had the rental keys because they had been in my handbag by the sofa. My hands shook so badly that I dropped them beside the car. Graham picked them up, passenger side. I ran around. As I opened the door, something tapped on the roof. 2 quick contacts. I froze. 3 more followed above my head. Then 2. Graham shouted, "Get in." I threw myself into the seat. He started the engine. The headlights came on. Nothing stood in front of us. He reversed too quickly and sent gravel across the grass. Then he stopped. "What are you doing?" The track. A figure stood in the middle of the gravel road ahead, maybe 40 meters away. The headlights reached it clearly enough that we both saw the same thing. It was a man, average height. Thin, he wore dark work trousers and a faded shirt buttoned to the throat. No coat, no shoes. His feet were pale against the gravel. His arms hung at his sides. The dark caps covered every fingertip. That was the first time I saw both hands clearly. He tilted his head slightly, as though listening. Then he raised one hand and tapped the fingertips against his own chest. The sound should not have carried through the closed car windows. It did. Graham put the vehicle into gear. The man didn't move. "I'm not driving at him," Graham said. I understood. We had no idea whether this was an actual person in some kind of mental crisis. Whatever else had happened, we couldn't simply run someone down. Graham leaned on the horn. The man smiled. Then, the distant drumming began behind the cottage. The figure turned his head toward it. Not his body. Only his head. He looked into the darkness beside the road. That movement gave Graham enough room. He drove onto the grass and went around him. As we passed, I turned despite every instinct telling me not to. The man remained in place. He didn't chase us. He watched the car. As the headlights moved away, his features disappeared. The final thing I saw was one raised hand. Then, darkness. We drove until my phone found a signal. Graham stopped near a wider section of road. I called the number Peter had left. No answer. We called the police instead. Explaining the situation was difficult. We said someone had tried to enter the cottage and had physically grabbed Graham. That was enough. We did not mention Neil. We did not talk about drums or the strange fingertips. Police met us closer to the main road. 2 officers went back to the property while we waited in their vehicle. They found no one. One officer later told us they searched around the cottage and drove part of the surrounding track. No person, no abandoned vehicle, no evidence of anyone camping nearby. They did find damage. The rear door frame had split around the upper latch. There were several marks on the outside of the wood. small circular dents, not scratches. Dents, the officer described them as if someone had repeatedly struck the door with the rounded end of a tool. There were also similar marks along the bedroom wall. 7 of them, arranged in 2 groups. The marks stayed there. I saw them myself after sunrise. We returned only because the police were present and our belongings were still inside. Peter arrived shortly after 7. He looked genuinely shocked by the door damage. He kept asking whether we were sure there hadn't been a vehicle. We were. The ground around the back of the cottage was soft enough to show tire tracks. There were none. There were also no footprints beneath the bedroom window. That was difficult to understand because I had seen somebody standing there. The grass was damp with dew. An adult should have left something. Nothing. Peter checked the wall for loose pipes, branches, cables, or anything else that could have caused the noises. There was nothing close enough to touch the structure. Then Graham remembered the object that had fallen inside the utility room. We found it beneath the washing machine. It was small, roughly the size of a large thumbnail. Dark brown, curved. At first, Peter thought it was a piece of plastic from the broken latch. It wasn't. One side was smooth and rounded. The inside was hollow. There was something pale stuck along the edge. The police officer put it into an evidence bag. He asked Graham what he thought it was. Graham said it came off his finger. The officer looked at him for several seconds. He didn't laugh. He simply wrote it down. Graham's wrist was already swelling. 4 oval bruises had appeared along the top of his forearm. A 5th mark was near the inside of the wrist. The skin there had split slightly. One of the officers photographed the injuries. A doctor later checked them because the swelling became painful. Nothing was broken. We left the cottage that morning. Peter refunded the remaining nights without us asking. He also paid for a hotel in the nearest town. I think he wanted us gone as much as we wanted to leave. We stayed in New Zealand for another 2 weeks. Nothing else happened. We did not cut the trip short. At the time, continuing felt important. I didn't want one night to take the whole country away from us. Still, I slept badly. Any small sound from plumbing or heating woke me. If someone in another hotel room knocked on a wall, my heart started racing before I could control it. The worst part was not fear of the man. It was what he had used. Neil's rhythm. That final message. The guilt I had spent years learning to carry had suddenly been turned into something physical standing outside a door. For a while, it damaged the way I remembered my brother. Instead of thinking about him laughing or annoying me at dinner or playing terrible drums in our parents' garage, I thought of a stranger tapping the outside of a cottage. I hated that. It felt like something had taken a private part of him and made it ugly. When we returned to England, I finally deleted Neil's last message. I had kept it on an old backup phone for 6 years. I used to tell myself I kept it because it was the final thing he wrote. Really, I think I kept it to punish myself. Graham sat beside me while I deleted it. I cried much more than I expected. Afterward, for the first time in years, I listened to some old home videos without stopping when Neil appeared. That helped. Months passed. We occasionally talked about what happened in New Zealand, but not often. We tried to find ordinary explanations. Maybe someone local knew the cottage was rented to tourists and enjoyed frightening people. Perhaps there had been a person living rough in the area. The distant beat could have traveled from a house much farther away than we thought. Fear can distort distance. The tapping pattern could have been coincidence. Even the phrase outside the door might have been something we misheard because I was already thinking about Neil. Those explanations became harder when we considered the door. The bruises. The object found under the washing machine. Still, I preferred uncertainty. I didn't need a supernatural explanation. I only needed the experience to stay in New Zealand. For nearly a year, it did. Then one Saturday morning, Graham was repainting our bedroom. We lived in a semi-detached house in Yorkshire at the time. Nothing old or isolated. We had neighbors on one side, another house directly across the road, and traffic passing throughout the day. I was downstairs making coffee when Graham called me. His voice sounded strange. "Laura, come up here." I went upstairs. He was standing beside our bedroom door. He had removed a small wooden coat hook that had been screwed into the wall behind it. "What?" he pointed. There were dents in the plaster, small round impressions. Some had been hidden by the hook. Others extended beneath old paint. There were 7 in total. 2 close together. A space. 3, another gap. Then 2. I told myself they could have been there before we bought the house. Nail holes, old screws. Anything. Graham didn't answer. He was looking at the door. On the inside surface, just above the handle, was a fresh dark mark. It had not been there the previous evening. The shape was oval, smooth around the edge, about the size of a fingertip. I touched it once. A faint, hollow knock came from the other side. I was 13 the first time something happened that made me seriously wonder whether being watched could be worse than actually seeing the person watching you. This was in 2008, during my last year of middle school in western New York. One of my closest friends, Kayla, was having a birthday sleepover at her parents' house. There were 6 of us there, all girls from the same school, and the plan was exactly what you would expect from 13-year-olds. Pizza, junk food, terrible music, too much soda, gossip, and staying awake until somebody's parents came downstairs and told us to be quiet. Kayla lived in a split-level house at the end of a residential street. Her parents had finished most of the basement years earlier, so that was where we spent the evening. The stairs came down from the kitchen into a carpeted family room. A television sat against one wall, and an old sectional sofa took up most of the opposite side. A short hallway led to a laundry room, a small bathroom, and a storage area under the stairs. There were 2 narrow basement windows close to the ceiling, both facing the backyard. The only unfinished section was beyond the laundry room. Her father kept tools, paint cans, holiday decorations, and an old freezer in there. He normally kept that door shut because the concrete floor stayed colder than the rest of the basement. Nothing about the house frightened us. I had been there dozens of times. That night, I was wearing an ugly knitted cap I had found in my dad's closet before leaving home. It was dark green with a short brim and looked far too big on me. For some reason, I decided it made me look like a famous music producer. I spent most of the evening calling it my record deal hat, which was exactly the kind of thing a 13-year-old thinks is hilarious, for several hours. The first strange message arrived shortly after 10. Kayla had one of those small slider phones that were popular then. We were sitting on the floor around a bowl of popcorn when it vibrated beside her knee. She looked at the screen. "Who is this?" Nobody paid much attention at first. She said she didn't recognize the number. The message was something like, "You girls look good tonight." I don't remember the exact sentence now, and I don't want to pretend I do. What I remember clearly is that it sounded like whoever sent it could see us. That changed the mood immediately. At 13, our first thought was not supernatural. We assumed it was a boy from school. One of us had probably given him Kayla's number and forgotten about it. We started guessing who might be responsible. There had been a group of boys joking around with us at lunch earlier that week. One of them had an older brother who drove past Kayla's street sometimes. Another girl thought her cousin might be doing it. The sensible thing would have been to ignore the number. Instead, because we were children, we treated it like a game. "Ask where we are," someone said. "No, that tells them we don't know who it is. Ask what I'm wearing. That's easy if somebody saw you at school." We spent several minutes trying to invent something that would prove whether the sender was actually watching. I suggested using my cap. I had been making the same stupid joke about it all evening, but only the girls in that room had heard me call it the record deal hat. Another friend, Lauren, suggested asking what color hair she had. We laughed because that would prove nothing. Half of us had brown hair. Kayla typed part of a reply, then erased it. We never sent the challenge. That detail is important. Nobody pressed send. We were still arguing about what question to use when her phone vibrated again. She opened the new message. Her expression changed. What? I leaned over. It said, Lauren has brown hair. Megan calls that thing her record deal hat. Nobody laughed. I remember looking immediately toward the basement windows. The blinds were open. Because the glass was near the ceiling, anyone standing outside would have had to crouch to see much of the room. Even then, the angle would have shown only part of the floor. Kayla jumped up and closed both blinds. One of the other girls said, "Okay, who told him?" Nobody answered. We began accusing one another. Not seriously at first. Maybe someone had secretly sent a message from another phone. Maybe one of the boys had been told the joke earlier. Maybe the number belonged to an older sibling hiding upstairs. Kayla called it. The line rang several times, then disconnected. A minute later, another text arrived. "You shouldn't close the windows." That was the first point when I felt genuinely uncomfortable. Kayla went upstairs and told her older brother, Ryan, he was 17. He came down looking annoyed because we had interrupted a video game. When we explained what was happening, he laughed at us. Then another message arrived while he was standing there. The tall one should stop smiling. Ryan stopped smiling. He took the phone from his sister. "Give me the number." She did. He called from his own cell. Nobody answered. He went outside. We followed him as far as the kitchen, but his mother told us to stay indoors. He walked around the backyard with a flashlight and checked beside the fence, underneath the deck, and along the side of the garage. There was no one. The yard backed onto another row of homes, so it was not an isolated property. There were fences on both sides and porch lights visible through the trees. Ryan came back inside. "Somebody from school is messing with you." He told us to block the number. Kayla did. About 15 minutes later, a message arrived from a different one. It described what we were doing. "Someone is eating frosting with a spoon." That was me. I had taken the plastic container from the cake box and was scraping the leftovers out while everyone else argued about the messages. I put it down immediately. We went upstairs. Nobody wanted to stay in the basement after that. Kayla's mother became involved when she saw how frightened we were. She took the phone and read everything. She thought it was probably someone we knew. She also did something sensible that none of us had thought of. She turned off the lights downstairs, then walked around outside herself. From the backyard, she tried looking into both basement windows. When she returned, she told us she could barely see anything through them, even with the blinds open. The angle was wrong. That did not help. She called our parents and explained what had happened. Most of them told us to stay together and not respond. My dad offered to come get me. I refused because I did not want to be the first person to leave the sleepover. That sounds ridiculous now. At 13, it felt important. We moved into the upstairs living room. The curtains were closed. Ryan stayed nearby for a while. Messages continued arriving from different numbers. Some were childish. Some were compliments. A few described tiny things no stranger should have known. One said Lauren had hidden her face behind a yellow cushion. Another mentioned that Kayla had changed socks because she spilled soda on the first pair. The worst one came shortly before midnight. We had stopped discussing the sender entirely. Nobody was holding the phone. It vibrated on the coffee table. Kayla looked at it but did not pick it up. Her mother read the screen. She went very quiet. The message said, "The room under the stairs is not empty." Ryan went pale. The storage space beneath the basement staircase had a small wooden door. We had joked about making someone sleep inside it earlier in the evening. No one had opened it since. Her father was home by then. He took a flashlight and went downstairs with Ryan. The rest of us stayed in the kitchen. I remember hearing them move furniture. Then her dad called from below. "Who put this here?" Kayla's mother went down. A few minutes later, all three adults came back. Her father was holding a Polaroid photograph. It was old, not a picture taken that evening. The image showed the basement before it had been renovated. Bare concrete walls, exposed pipes, no carpet. In the photograph, a man was standing near the far wall. His face was blurry because of the poor quality. Nobody in the family recognized him. Her father said the picture had been lying inside the understairs storage room on top of a plastic bin. He had never seen it before. That ended the party. Parents started arriving. My dad picked me up shortly after 1. Before leaving, I asked Kayla what happened to the messages. She said they had stopped. For the next few days, we talked about nothing else at school. We had theories, someone from our class, a neighbor, Ryan and his friends, a hacked phone, some kind of prank involving a second person hiding nearby. Eventually, the excitement faded. No one admitted doing it. The number changes made it impossible for us to trace anything. Kayla's parents reported it because they were worried about an adult contacting children. But as far as I know, nothing came from that either. Years passed. I would probably remember that night as nothing more than a disturbing childhood incident if Kayla had not died when we were 23. She had a blood clot in her lung. It happened quickly. She had been complaining about pain for several days and assumed she had pulled a muscle. One morning, she collapsed at work. By then, we were no longer as close as we had been in school. There had been no big fight. Life simply happened. She went to college in Pennsylvania. I stayed in New York. We moved from daily conversations to occasional messages, then birthday wishes, then long stretches where neither of us contacted the other. About 6 months before she died, she reached out. She had moved back to the area and suggested getting coffee. I agreed. Then I canceled because I had to work late. She suggested another weekend. I forgot to answer. 2 weeks passed. Then a month. At some point, replying began to feel awkward because too much time had gone by. So I did what people often do when they know they have behaved badly. Nothing, after she died, I found the conversation on my old phone. Her final message to me was still there. "No problem. Another time." There was no anger in it. That made me feel worse. I went to the funeral. Her mother hugged me and said Kayla had talked about our middle school years all the time. I went home and cried harder than I had expected. For a long while, whenever I remembered the birthday night, I no longer thought about the frightening texts first. I thought about 6 girls sitting on a basement floor, all still alive, all certain we had unlimited time to stay friends. 2 years after Kayla died, the second incident began. By then, I was living alone in a small ranch-style rental outside Buffalo. The house had been built in the 1960s. The front door opened into a living room. A short hallway on the right led to 2 bedrooms and the bathroom. Behind the living room was a dining area connected to the kitchen. Beside the refrigerator was the basement entrance. Those stairs descended in a straight run to an unfinished lower level with laundry machines, a furnace, storage shelves, and a workbench left by the landlord. A mudroom behind the kitchen connected the house to a single car garage. The garage had one large overhead door facing the driveway and a regular side entrance leading to the backyard. I used the smaller bedroom as an office. My actual bedroom was at the end of the hall, farthest from the kitchen. It was an ordinary place in an ordinary subdivision. That mattered to me because I had no interest in living somewhere isolated. One Sunday afternoon in November, I fell asleep on the living room sofa while watching television. I dreamed about a man with a bow. The dream was unusually clear. He was standing outside a blue ranch house with white trim. There was a detached garage on the left side of the property and a low wooden fence running behind it. I could see a small decorative metal sun attached to the garage wall. A narrow driveway sloped toward the street. The man held a modern hunting bow, not a crossbow, a regular compound bow with pulleys at both ends. In the dream, people were running between houses. Someone shouted that weapons like his were easy to steal because nobody locked garages properly. Then the scene changed. I saw a small commercial plaza, 3 businesses in one low building, a laundromat, a takeaway restaurant, a vacant storefront with paper covering the windows. Someone stood near a row of shopping carts. The man raised the bow. I heard someone scream. Then I woke. My heart was racing. For several seconds, I had no idea where I was. Late afternoon light filled the living room. The television was still on. Once I realized I had been dreaming, I actually laughed. The whole thing felt absurd. Some kind of widespread attack involving bows, people running through suburban streets with archery equipment. It made no sense. I got up, made coffee, and forgot about it. Later that evening, I was scrolling through a local community forum on my laptop. A post near the top caught my attention. Someone in a nearby town had uploaded photographs after their garage was broken into during the night. Several tools had been stolen. So had an expensive compound bow. That alone was an odd coincidence. Then I opened the pictures. The house was blue, white trim, detached garage, metal sun mounted beside the side door. I stopped moving. The driveway sloped exactly as I remembered. I clicked through the rest of the post. One image showed the front of the property from across the street. Behind it, farther down the road, I could see part of a small strip plaza. The sign for a laundromat was visible. I searched the address. Street view showed 3 businesses. Laundry place, pizza shop, empty unit. It was the location for my dream. I had never been there. The town was about 30 miles from my house. There was no reason I would recognize that specific property. I checked my browsing history because I wondered if I had somehow seen the post before falling asleep. I hadn't. The upload timestamp showed it had been published while I was asleep. I called my boyfriend at the time, Daniel. We were not living together, but he stayed over most weekends. I told him what happened. He said the obvious thing. You probably saw that house somewhere before. Where? I don't know. Online, the post went up after I fell asleep. Not the post. Maybe a real estate listing. Something like that. That was possible. Unlikely, but possible. Then he asked whether the bow in the online picture looked exactly like the one from the dream. I couldn't say. I knew nothing about archery. To me, most compound bows looked similar. We talked for another minute, then moved on. The next morning, an unfamiliar number sent me a text. Nice couch. I stared at the screen for a while. My first reaction was irritation rather than fear. Spam messages had become common. I deleted it. Another arrived during lunch. You sleep with the television too loud. I felt a cold sensation move through my stomach. The birthday night came back immediately. I had not thought about those old messages in months. I blocked the number. That evening, while making dinner, I received another from a different one. Still pretending nobody can see you? I called Daniel. He came over. We checked the house. Every window was locked. The back door was secure. The garage entrance was closed. He searched the basement while I waited at the top of the stairs. Nothing. We looked around outside with flashlights. The ground was damp from rain, but there were no obvious footprints near the windows. He thought someone from my past might be harassing me. Who knew about that sleepover? A lot of people eventually. Did you ever post it online? I don't think so. Maybe one of your old friends did. I contacted Lauren, one of the girls who had been at Kayla's birthday. She remembered everything. When I told her about the new messages, she became quiet. Then, she said something I had forgotten. You know Kayla got another one later, right? What do you mean later? A few weeks after the party. I didn't remember that. Lauren said Kayla had received one final message from an unknown sender. It contained only a photograph. The image showed the outside of her house, taken from the backyard, at night. Her parents had apparently told her not to scare us with it. I asked if Lauren had ever seen the picture. No, Kayla told me. That bothered me enough that I barely slept. The new texts continued over the next few days, but never constantly. That made them worse. Hours would pass, sometimes almost an entire day. Then my screen would light up with something that showed too much knowledge. You left the basement light on. I had. The blue mug is cracked. There was a small chip near its handle. Stop checking the bedroom window. I'm not there. That one made me put the phone down. I had been standing beside my bedroom curtains less than a minute earlier. I called the police. An officer came to the house. I showed him everything. He was polite. He also made it clear there was little he could do without a direct threat or identifiable sender. He suggested changing my number and installing cameras. I did both. Daniel helped me put a small camera above the front entrance and another inside the mudroom facing the garage door. I also bought simple window alarms. For 3 nights, nothing happened. No strange messages, no unexplained sounds, no movement outside. I began to think whoever was behind it had become frightened when they saw the cameras. Then, on Thursday morning, I found an arrow in my garage. It lay on the concrete beside my car. Black shaft. Bright orange and white plastic veins near one end, sharp hunting point on the other. I did not touch it. The overhead garage door had remained closed all night. The mudroom camera showed no one entering through the interior door. The side entrance was locked. I called the same officer. He came back and photographed it. I mentioned the stolen bow from the online post. He asked for the address. I pulled up the old listing. He looked at the arrow, but said he couldn't tell whether it was connected. The shaft was taken as evidence because of the harassment report. That evening, the police officer called. He could not give me much information, but he said the person who reported the garage burglary had confirmed that several arrows were missing along with the bow. The description was similar. That did not prove mine was one of them. It was enough for me. I stayed with Daniel for several nights. Nothing happened at his apartment. When I returned home, the place felt different. Not haunted. I would not have used that word then. It felt invaded. Every room had become something I checked before entering. I looked behind the shower curtain. I opened the hall closet before walking past it. I stopped leaving the basement door open. The worst part was that the messages had stopped. Silence should have been comforting. Instead, I kept waiting for the next one. About a week later, I found Kayla's old birthday photograph. Her mother had mailed copies to several of us after the funeral. It showed the 6 of us in the finished basement. We were sitting on and around the sectional sofa. I was wearing that ridiculous green cap. Kayla was holding the cake. Everyone looked happy. I had placed the picture in a kitchen drawer because seeing it made me sad. That evening, for reasons I still don't understand, I took it out and looked at it closely. There was a dark shape in one of the basement windows. Not enough to identify, just something blocking part of the glass. I told myself it could be a reflection. Then I noticed the direction everyone was facing. All 6 of us were looking toward the camera. The window behind us reflected the opposite side of the room. In that reflection, near the basement stairs, stood a man. The image was tiny. I used my phone to photograph the photograph and zoomed in. The quality became terrible. Still, I could make out a narrow face. He seemed to be looking in 2 directions at once. I know that sounds impossible. At first, I thought the image had blurred during printing. Then I realized what was wrong. His head faced the camera. Both irises sat near the outer edges of his eyes. The left eye looked toward one wall. The right seemed fixed toward the stairs. It created the impression that he could watch both sides of the room without moving his head. I put the photograph face down. I did not sleep at the house that night. The next day, I showed it to Lauren. She started crying. That's him. What? She covered her mouth. I saw somebody like that once. She had never told anyone. Several weeks after the birthday party, she had slept at Kayla's house again. During the night, she got up to use the bathroom. From the top of the basement stairs, she saw a man standing below near the television. She assumed it was Ryan. Then, he looked up. His eyes seemed to be staring toward opposite walls. She turned on the kitchen light. Nobody was there. Lauren never mentioned it because the earlier messages had already caused enough trouble. She said Kayla had eventually stopped talking about the whole thing. I asked if anything else had happened before Kayla died. Lauren didn't know. That same evening, I received a message on my new number. Kayla knew when to stop asking. I nearly dropped the phone. Nobody except the police, Daniel, and my carrier had the new number. I called Daniel and told him not to come alone. He arrived with his older brother, Mark. Both stayed overnight. We checked the house again. Mark worked in construction and was much more thorough than either of us had been. He examined the basement windows, garage side door, attic access, vents, and crawl space around the foundation. He found nothing large enough for someone to use. There was one odd thing. The wooden frame around the basement door had fresh damage near the latch, a narrow indentation, as if the door had been forced slightly from below. I had not noticed it before. We screwed a metal slide bolt into the kitchen side of the basement entrance. That way, even if the normal handle turned, the door could not open without pulling the bolt manually. Mark took photographs of the frame. He also told me not to stay alone. I agreed. For the next 2 weeks, either Daniel stayed with me or I slept at his place. The messages became rarer. Then they changed. They stopped describing what I was doing. Instead, they began sending short statements about things that had not happened yet. The milk will spill. The next morning, I opened the refrigerator and a shelf bracket broke. A half-gallon carton fell and split on the floor. The front light will burn out. That evening it did. Daniel said those were coincidences. I wanted them to be. Then one arrived saying, "Don't let him use the basement stairs." I received it while Daniel was at work. I called him immediately. "Do not come through the basement." He laughed. "I never do. Just promise me." Okay, that night he entered through the front door like normal. Nothing happened. The following afternoon, his brother came by to return a drill he had borrowed. I was in the shower. Mark knew the code for the garage keypad because he had helped install a new lock. Instead of using the front door, he entered through the garage and walked into the mudroom. From there, he took the basement steps because he wanted to check the damaged frame from below. I heard the crash from upstairs. By the time I reached the kitchen, Mark was sitting halfway down the stairs holding his ankle. The third step had split under his weight. He fell hard enough to tear skin from his elbow. The wood looked solid from above. Underneath, a section had been cut almost completely through. Not rotten. Cut. Several straight tool marks were visible. Police came again. The officer took photographs. My landlord inspected it later and confirmed the board had been deliberately weakened. That was the first time everyone stopped treating the situation like strange messages and began treating it as an actual intruder problem. But nobody could explain how someone had entered. The basement windows were locked from inside. There was no exterior cellar door. The garage camera had recorded nothing unusual. The front camera showed only normal traffic. My landlord replaced the step and changed every exterior lock. I moved most of my important belongings to Daniel's apartment. I planned to leave the house permanently once I found another rental. Before I could, Kayla's mother called me. I had not contacted her. She sounded nervous. I found something with your name on it. She had been clearing out a closet and discovered an old shoebox filled with things from Kayla's school years. Inside were birthday cards, photographs, notes, and her old slider phone. The battery was dead, but the charger was still wrapped around it. She knew I had been having some trouble because Lauren had told her part of what was happening. She asked if I wanted the phone. I said yes. I wish I hadn't. Daniel and I charged it at his apartment. Most of the old data remained. There were pictures from school, messages from classmates, several numbers that meant nothing to me. Then we found the birthday thread. The earliest texts were exactly as I remembered. Comments about how we looked, descriptions of what we were doing, the line about my green cap, the warning about closing the blinds. There were more than I remembered. Near the end was one message Kayla had never shown us. It arrived after everyone left. You were the only one who looked toward the right place. Underneath it, Kayla had actually replied. What place? The response came less than a minute later. Not the window, the stairs. There was another exchange the following day. Kayla, who are you? Unknown, you know who I'm watching. Kayla, leave us alone. Unknown, ask Megan what she saw when she slept. I stopped reading. At 13, I had not told anyone about a dream I had during that sleepover. I had forgotten it completely until I saw those words. After my dad drove me home, I fell asleep almost immediately. I dreamed I was still in Kayla's basement. Everyone else was gone. A man stood at the bottom of the staircase. He did not move. I couldn't see his face clearly. The only thing I remembered was the strange position of his eyes. Each one seemed interested in a different part of the room. I woke before morning and never mentioned it because I assumed the messages had influenced my sleep. I had not even told Kayla. Daniel wanted to stop reading. I continued. There were messages spread across several years, long gaps, months at a time. Sometimes more than a year. Most had no reply from Kayla. A few did. The sender would mention where she had moved, what car she bought, the color of her bedroom walls, names of people she dated. Nothing openly violent. Just proof of attention. Then I reached the final month of her life. The tone changed. You should call Megan. 3 days later, she still thinks not answering makes things disappear. Then, people always wait until there is no time left. I felt physically sick. Kayla had messaged me around the same period. Coffee sometime? I had agreed. Then, canceled. The unknown number sent her one final text 2 days before she died. If she comes back, I'll show her. There were no more. Daniel took the phone away from me. I cried for a long time. Part of it was fear. Most of it was guilt. I had spent 2 years believing I failed Kayla in a small, ordinary way, by letting a friendship die through laziness. Now I knew she had been dealing with whatever this was for years. Maybe she had wanted to tell me. Maybe getting coffee had not been casual. I would never know. That changed my grief completely. Before, I missed her. After reading those messages, I began feeling as though I had abandoned her somewhere dangerous. I knew that wasn't rational. It still became difficult to separate the two. 3 nights later, the confrontation happened. I was at my rental with Daniel and Lauren. We had gone there to finish packing. The plan was to take another carload to storage and leave before midnight. By 10:30, most of the kitchen was boxed. The basement remained almost empty except for laundry supplies and several plastic bins. We had no reason to go downstairs. The metal slide bolt was still fixed across the door. Rain had started after dark. It was heavy enough to blur the windows and cover smaller sounds from outside. Lauren was packing dishes. Daniel was carrying boxes into the garage. I was in my bedroom sorting clothes when I smelled something unusual. Wet soil, not the clean smell after rain. This was heavier, like mud from underneath a porch where sunlight never reaches. I followed it into the hall. The odor became stronger near the kitchen. Do you smell that? Lauren stopped wrapping a plate. Yeah, Daniel came in from the garage. Something leaking? We checked beneath the sink. Nothing. The basement door remained bolted. Then something touched the underside of it. Not a knock. The lower edge moved outward less than an inch and pressed back against the frame. The slide bolt held. All 3 of us saw it. Daniel told us to move away. He picked up the heavy flashlight from the counter. The door shifted again, this time harder. The wood bowed slightly. Lauren whispered, "Someone's down there." That should not have been possible. Nobody had gone into the basement. The lower windows were locked. We had been in the house for hours. Daniel called 911. While he spoke to the dispatcher, a quiet mechanical noise came from below. I recognized it from television before I understood what it was. A bowstring being drawn. An arrow punched through the basement door. The point came through at chest height. Lauren screamed. We ran into the hallway. Another shaft struck the kitchen wall. It entered deeply enough that the back half remained vibrating. Daniel shouted into the phone that someone had a weapon. The basement door slammed against the frame. The bolt bent. We moved toward the front entrance. Before we reached it, the lights went out. Only the small emergency glow from the stove clock disappeared with them. The entire house became dark. Daniel used the flashlight. He told us to stay behind him. From the kitchen came a metallic snap. The slide bolt had broken free. The basement door opened. At first, the beam showed only stairs. Then a hand appeared around the frame. A man climbed into the kitchen. He was thin, maybe 50. Plain gray sweatshirt. Dark jeans. No coat. He carried a compound bow. His clothing was wet, even though there was no outside entrance to the basement. His hair lay flat against his forehead. For 1 second, he could have been an ordinary burglar. Then the light reached his face. Both eyes were open wide. The irises sat at opposite outer edges. He was looking left and right at the same time. His head stayed facing us. Lauren made a sound like she had been punched. That's him. The man smiled. Not broadly, almost politely. He lowered the bow. Then he looked directly at me without moving either eye toward the center. I felt my legs weaken. He said, "You finally looked back." Daniel moved in front of me. The man raised the bow again. There was already an arrow in place. Daniel threw the flashlight. It struck the man's shoulder. The arrow released. It missed us and buried itself in the hall closet door. We ran. Lauren reached the front entrance first. The deadbolt turned, but the door would not open. The security chain was attached. I knew I had not fastened it. Neither had she. Daniel grabbed it and tried to lift it free. Behind us, something scraped across the hallway. The man had dropped the bough. He was moving toward us. Fast, I turned just as he reached Daniel. He grabbed the back of his jacket and pulled. Daniel hit the wall. Lauren screamed and kept fighting with the chain. I picked up a packed box from the floor and shoved it into the man. The cardboard collapsed between us. He barely moved. His hands closed around my forearm. The skin was warm. That detail still bothers me. I expected cold because nothing about him seemed human by then. Instead, his palm felt completely normal. His grip did not. I could not pull free. He dragged me toward the kitchen. I struck his face with my other hand. My fingernails cut his cheek. I saw 3 red lines appear. He didn't react. Daniel got up and wrapped both arms around him from behind. The man released me long enough to elbow him in the ribs. Lauren tore the chain bracket partly from the wall. The screws began pulling out. I ran toward her. Something caught the back of my shirt. The collar tightened across my throat. I fell against the floor. The man pulled me backward by the fabric. I kicked at his leg. My heel connected with his knee. For the first time, he made a noise. Not pain, a short breath of surprise. Daniel grabbed one of the arrows from the wall and struck the man's hand with the shaft. The grip opened. I crawled toward the front entrance. Lauren pulled the chain bracket again. It ripped free. The door opened. Rain blew into the hallway. She ran outside. I followed. Daniel was behind me. The man caught him at the threshold. For several seconds, they struggled against the frame. I turned back. That is when the man looked at me. His left iris remained fixed toward the living room. The right one faced the kitchen. Neither was pointing at me. Still, I knew I had his full attention. He spoke in Kayla's voice. Not something similar. Her actual voice, as I remembered it at 13. Megan, prove it. I stopped. Those were words from the basement party. We had discussed asking the unknown sender to prove it could see us. We never sent them. I had said them aloud. Daniel shouted my name. The man pulled him backward. That snapped me out of it. Lauren and I grabbed Daniel's arms and dragged him onto the porch. The stranger remained inside. He did not follow. He stood in the hallway beneath the broken chain bracket. The porch light was off. Rainwater ran through his hair. Even from several yards away, I could see those eyes looking toward opposite ends of the house. Then the front door closed, by itself. Police arrived while we were standing in the neighbor's driveway. They entered with weapons drawn. Nobody was inside. The basement was empty. Both lower windows remained locked from the interior. There was no hidden exit. The only basement door led to the kitchen. They found the compound bow on the hallway floor. 2 arrows were recovered from the walls. Another lay near the stairs. The chain bracket had been torn from the front frame. The slide bolt at the basement entrance was bent outward, and 1 screw had been ripped completely through the wood. Daniel had bruising along his shoulder and ribs. My forearm showed 4 clear finger-shaped marks. My shirt was torn at the collar. Lauren had cut her palm on the metal chain plate while pulling it from the wall. Those injuries were photographed. So was everything else. The bow turned out to be the one stolen from the Blue House. I was never given many details about that part. An officer later confirmed enough for me to know the serial information matched the theft report. How it ended up in my basement was never explained. There were no useful fingerprints, no muddy footprints on the basement floor, no sign that anyone had forced a window. I moved out 3 days later. I never spent another night there. For several months, I stayed with Daniel. The strange messages stopped. Nothing followed me to his apartment. Lauren refused to discuss what she saw beyond what she had already told police. Our friendship survived. But that night changed something between us. We became careful around the subject, as if saying too much might invite attention. I had a harder time with Kayla. The man using her voice damaged memories I had spent years trying to preserve. For a while, I couldn't watch old videos from school because hearing her laugh made my body tense. I hated that more than the bruises. Whatever had come into that house had taken my guilt and used it like a key. I eventually started seeing a therapist. I told her about Kayla. I did not initially tell her about the man. We talked about regret, avoidance, and the way people sometimes believe they should have known things that were impossible to know. It helped. Slowly, I became able to remember my friend without immediately thinking of those old messages. Daniel and I eventually broke up for reasons unrelated to what happened. I moved into an apartment building with controlled access. I changed my number again. Years passed. I kept Kayla's old phone in a box. I don't know why. Part of me wanted to throw it away. Another part felt it was the only record proving that the harassment had started long before the night at my house. About 6 months ago, I finally decided to get rid of it. Before doing that, I connected it to my computer to save the birthday photos. The phone had not been powered on for years. While transferring the files, I found a folder of unsent drafts. Most were ordinary, half-written messages to friends, shopping reminders, one note about a college assignment. Then I found a draft with my name. It had never been sent. The timestamp was from the night Kayla died. I opened it. There was only one sentence. Megan, if he starts showing you things before they happen, don't look for where they came from. Underneath that was an image attachment I had never seen. It was a photograph of my old rental house, taken from inside the basement. The kitchen door at the top of the stairs was open. I was standing there. The picture had been created 2 years before I moved in.